How's it going?
I'm all right. How you doing? Good afternoon, Wooly.
Good afternoon. Uh,
And good afternoon to you all, or good evening, or good morning, or whenever the fuck you're listening to this. All of our wonderful listeners
Generic
who did,
greetings
who
for.
did not commit terrorisms over the past week.
Okay, now the broad definition of terrorism can include um, lots of things, you know? Sometimes you download a car.
Occasionally, you download a car for a little baby terrorism.
And sometimes you park a vehicle full of explosives near the Capitol. But hey,
It's all in the same
folder.
region.
Yeah,
That downloading a car shit though, that's crazy.
yeah.
I
No
didn't
one's
think we
talking.
were there yet.
No one's really talking about the parked van. It's kind of weird.
You mean the thing I didn't know about until you just said it?
No one's talking about the parked van full of crazy shit. It's a bit wild how things came and went so quickly that the escalated parts, like, hey, they found a bomb and a van full of weapons and a ton of Molotov cocktails and unbuilt Molotov material and a van parked 2 blocks away.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of nuts because I'm like, where's the stories come on? Nothing. All right.
Well, it's been a fairly dramatic week.
There's a
Also,
lot.
I think my brain might actually be melted.
Mm-hmm.
As I just actually typed into Google, I was like, "Oh, I'll look up what Willie's talking about while he's talking about it," and I actually just typed in "parked van full of crazy shit"
Yeah. Yeah.
instead of
Yeah.
like a
You
real
might as
set
well.
of search terms.
You might as well.
The unglorious realities of living van life hashtag. Yeah, I don't think that's what you were
That's
talking
not
about.
it. That's not it. No. But anyway, it was just, I'm like, yeah, there's stuff that should probably be spotlighted a little bit more when you're talking about the intent of the day. And yeah,
I
I'm
tell you
like,
what, though,
mm-hmm.
feels really good to be able to talk about this on my social media platforms that I'm totally not banned from. Doesn't that feel great? Oh, mm.
Yeah. I want to quote, I believe Tim Dillon. Wow, things are really heating up out there, says the man tweeting from his yacht. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
says the billionaire tweeting from his yacht.
I saw a variation
It's
of this,
really,
which
they're getting rowdy out there.
no, no, it's
uh,
I'm a big fan of the way that Jim Sterling keeps posting the fucking start of that fucking music video. I forget, was it by the Bee Gees or whatever? It's been one
yeah, yeah,
week,
yeah, yeah.
and it's been, hey,
It's been
20.
1 week. Yeah.
Did everybody enjoy their 2020 December 32nd memes? I remember we got it was either an email here or it was a fucking Twitch message somewhere. Someone's like, "Wow, I can't wait for 2020 to be over." Woo! And I'm like, that means nothing,
Time is
right?
not real. Time is fake. Time is
Time
fake.
is
Never forget.
social construct here, people. It's
Don't
not a real
ever,
thing.
ever forget that time is fake. Yeah. No, and another friend of mine put together a thought that was just something echoing like the idea that it's like, man, I'm getting exhausted of sitting and watching history go by. Person says to themselves that hasn't left their house in 5 months, you know,
Yeah.
like,
I think my favorite breakdown of total events was like 2020. At least it can't be this bad in 2021, and then 2021 is do the people do the insurrectionists, did they forget about the plague?
oh yeah, yeah.
Did they? Guys, I know you guys want to do all that shit with the government, but did you forget there's a plague going on?
Well, then no, but it's not real.
Oh,
so those two go hand in hand. Yeah, there's Sleeping Squidward 2021, and then there's Woke Squidward 2020 WON.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, well,
now that we have that out of the way,
do we?
Do we? I don't know. Man, I tell you what.
This is history,
you know
dude.
what?
This is legitimate history. Where like someone is gonna have a textbook in grade 9 in the future, and they're gonna have to memorize and report on the date that the president was banned off of social media for rousing people up into a storm.
Little
of the
Jimmy
Capitol during legislation.
Little Jimmy is going to open their history book, and in the history book, they're going to look in, and there's going to be a photo, and there's going to be some screenshots of some memes, and then they're going to be like, "Why is it so funny that the president lost his OnlyFans?" And then they'll have to explain to the child what the OnlyFans was. And then they'll flip the page, and then they'll be like, "Now I don't understand. Is this why I can't say poggers anymore?"
Yeah, I think the upgrade from like that thing that your friends used to like plan parties and otherwise like just do hot or not, essentially, that you know that was super optional and mostly annoying at the beginning is now the thing that is like a major conversation platform that kind of is a place where literally policy is announced, you know? And it just, yeah, like it's very, very strange to kind of realize in a way that like through this week and all the bannings and the Parler stuff and everything going on with Apple and Google, that like once upon a time, like websites existed on the internet and like you just made them and then you would go there or not, and you know that was kind of it in a way, but like that never went away. But picking up your phone and using that to get to stuff faster is kind of now perception has made that feel like that's the only way to access information, even though it's like it's just the fastest way to do it. It's not the only way to do it. Does this make any sense?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. It's just it's kind of like weird because, you know, once upon a time even websites were fancy and people were just connecting on fucking BBS and shit, you know, and there was always just like, okay, so these phone lines can have different ways of exchanging information, and you can pick which one you want to use, but like now the one that we're all most commonly used to out of convenience, the convenience makes it feel like there's no other option in a way.
You know, you like, I mean, before we go any further, and what I genuinely feel is a really interesting discussion, and I'm glad to have it, I would like to respond to the gentleman in the corner, desperately not trying to piss his pants, upset that their pop culture video game podcast is broaching subjects that would be
we've
considered
moved past
modern politics.
They're gone. They're already gone.
No, they're not. I can guarantee you.
Yeah,
but not.
No, they're not actually back. They're just hearing about this part and they're getting mad that it's still there.
Yeah.
But we're past that point, dude.
To those folks that have time-stamped this and come to say hello, current events have become quite blatant in the plague era.
Untenable?
No. Like, current events are not minor happenstances. They are massive, sweeping things. If, I don't know, Quebec was currently being invaded by the Russia, I would probably talk about it on my stream. And so on and so forth.
Yeah, sure. You know,
and the bonus to that is that every time that you and I have this kind of discussion, or I'm sure you've retweeted some things, and then people, the keyboard war continues. It has never been easier to find out who you should block from pieces of social media. It has never been a faster process. Mm-hmm. I broke down the steps the other day, which was disagreement, but reasonable tone, despite their weird position. Then you grab your mouse and you click on their name, and you scroll one mouse scroll down, and you go, oh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And then you move to the upper right and you click on the block button. It's like literally every single time. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Well, yeah, because you know, there's a difference between simply existing in a space where you don't actually have to form an opinion. You're just throwing counterpoints at someone who's stating what they believe in, versus doing the dangerous, terrifying thing of stating what you believe in and then having to actually defend that, because by cementing something, that makes you vulnerable. But if you never actually do that, if you just float on the border of the topic and just say what you disagree with ultimately, but never really cement like where that comes from, you can nebulously move from spot to spot and sniper perch to sniper perch, never actually having to commit to anything that'll make you vulnerable. It's a very convenient internet position to have.
Is it all? But what about this? Just fuck off. How about that? All right, so now that I've said my fun little piece so that I don't have to say it later, I will probably totally have to say it later. Let's get back into it. Social media is the devil. It's ruined everything. We should all go back to nature.
Become monk?
Yep, fuck it.
Okay, but what about monk plus Twitter? Monkeys with Twitter. How about it?
I'm pretty sure I have seen a gimmick account. I mean, there's the birds' rights activist, which is the bird version. I mean, if you follow Nyanners on Twitter, that's probably halfway there.
I don't think I do.
You know what? I have a really good example for how social media has failed us. I'm going to use YouTube as an example, but everybody knows that Facebook and Twitter and such have been complicit in allowing this kind of nonsense to be promoted and disseminated to everybody. A year ago, I was browsing on my YouTube recommends, and I was looking at game reviews. I was looking like Angry Centaur Gaming, who does fantastic stuff. I was checking out some Skill Up stuff, etc. And I forget the guy's name, but he does this really good YouTube series where it's like an X series wasn't killed, it was murdered. And he goes into the breakdowns of like the fucking horrible studio mismanagement behind like what killed certain games or what fucked up certain releases. And I had been watching that for a while. And then eventually, in the corner of my YouTube recommendations, I saw God, I forget the fucking name of it, but it was phrased as the truth about, and it was some popular video game. and I thought that it was going to be like a review breakdown. But it wasn't. I clicked on it, and within about 5 seconds, realized that it was, did you know that those people are ruining your video game? And I went, oh, fine. And then I clicked off of it and thought nothing of it. My recommendations on YouTube became fucking tainted for weeks. I was being recommended every fucking psychotic political conspiracy theory fucking shit because I accidentally clicked on one fucking video.
Oh yeah, that happened to me on the VTube wave. I clicked on a VTuber video and then my fucking algorithm went, "Oh shit, you're in, buddy.
This is all you want, right?"
Yeah.
And it's like, God damn it, guys. Stop
that.
Well,
anyway, I mean, you know, intelligent discourse is surely taking place somewhere.
Not here.
Not here.
Oh, fuck no.
But there is something interesting to the fact that like there's a question, a really simple one, where it's like, hey, should we moderate death threats? And that divides opinion, and and interestingly, that same division of opinion is literally the difference between America and Canada.
Yeah, I was about to actually like
it's
I'm
the
trying to
actual
be
border difference between them and us.
I'm trying to be like extra. What's the word? I'm sorry. You go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just pointing out that like it causes such a discussion because like it's a major point of our country's policy up here in a way, but like, you know, the concept of like and then you have to get down to the basis of essentially infringing on others versus the freedoms of the self, and then where you spiritually, not even philosophically, but like spiritually land on that, you know?
Yeah, we've got a large American audience. Hello, Americas. How you guys doing? I hope you're doing all right. But there is a significant legal, ethical, and moral difference between the two countries. We're obviously, as Wooly mentioned, a Canadian podcast, and the free speech laws are different here. It's more of a freedom of expression thing, which the biggest difference is that hate speech is explicitly not covered under any circumstance. And there's all sorts of little pieces in there that are more specific. In particular, there's a Holocaust denial a rule on the books that, to my knowledge, basically was invented and keeps getting thrown out of court and put back into court based off of a singular university professor.
Yeah,
so keeps breaking it. And then like technically beating it, and then they change it to get him again.
So I like to look at every at individual issues and decide how I feel about them, as opposed to just wrapping myself in any form of blanket. And I can say with that there's a lot about our laws that I personally don't agree with or like. And I think that like there is a gulf of like specificity you can choose to categorize like between the term hate speech and like everything that fits into that's a broad category. But I think when you get you can get much more specific and look at something like death threats, like I said, and go like, well, this is the like reddest zone of this entire folder, you know? And to me, I think that's something that is a very black and white, like, yeah, no, that sucks. You shouldn't have to deal with that. And people who like behave that way and or potentially are dead serious about that type of shit should not be suffered, right? So that's one part where, by going overboard on where I think it should be, they happen to cover where I think it should be. But I also realize that living in a nation of millions means the line will never be where your personal comfort point is. Right? Like, society is compromise.
You mean the society that we live in?
Yes, exactly. We happen to live in one. So, for the way Canada works, I would like to see hate speech laws a little less extreme, but they do need to be above fucking nothing. And you know, and we're seeing some of this discussion play out right now below us.
I think it's a slightly different conversation they're having right now.
They're having a lot of conversations, but
speech seems to be, I mean, I'm looking from a distance, but speech seems to be the second conversation they're having right now.
Exactly, right? But the thing about it is that because again, we're human beings and you don't always wrap yourself in the blanket, and like, in fact, mostly idiots do when it comes to just like determining what they believe of their what they're being told to believe, or what your policies are, whether you're left or right, or authoritarian or more libertarian, or whatever the case is. But when it comes to, like, for example, how do you feel about fucking storming the Capitol? There's people that are like, well, I should be leaning with everybody who's right on this, but that obviously seems too fucking far. I'm not going to agree with that. That shit's crazy, right? There were those who said that. And in the same way, now when they're like, hey, we're doing a massive, there's this massive cleansing going on because, like, social media is banning a ton of accounts, not just Trump, obviously, but a lot of other people.
I thought they said they couldn't do that.
Right, and Facebook, and then everything else, and then
too hard.
And then run the bit about, like, TikTok banned Trump before Trump banned TikTok, and so on. But all that to say that there are people who are like, going, okay, well, that's cool. And then there's people that are going, that's cool, but I'm also kind of nervous about, like, the idea of, like, oh fuck, the tech oligarchy can do whatever it wants in this way and stuff. So you kind of look at it you look at it from a standpoint of, like, all right, what's justified and what does it imply and what does it mean in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, like I said, there is both discussions happening.
These are all, like, I mean, they're all interrelated. They're all obviously all different conversations.
Yep.
The tech oligarchy thing is in particular, it's two conversations.
Mm-hmm.
The first of which is, like, you guys seem to have, like, totally let a bunch of people plan a bunch of terrorism right out in the open. That seems really fucked up and ignorant.
And now that everyone went, what the fuck are you doing? You're using bad faith arguments to try and go, hey guys, no, now it's time to, like, ignore that bad stuff. And hey, what about the unity? Remember that? Right?
Yeah.
When you get called out for it.
To continue, so part one is, you guys just let a bunch of people break the law / your own rules because of reasons. And then part two is, while I do believe that this is a course correct to your own explicit rules, it does give the worry that basically, like, 10 dudes have a stranglehold on international, if not global, communication. Which, I mean, that one's a lot more complicated, because Twitter's an American company, which means it's the Americans' deal to deal with it, I guess, right? So if there was a Canadian Twitter, it would be our thing. There's a fucking, China has, like, a bunch of social media apps, and they're all fucking nightmares, right? etc. Right? But it's the kind of situation where maybe, and this is just a big maybe, having a totally unregulated, completely free market with no anti-monopoly protection might not have been the best idea if you didn't want a tech oligarchy that could control your communication.
Which
maybe,
but from the sounds of it, the like the CEOs of these 10 people, as you say, like the CEOs of these companies are also realizing and trying to wing it. Every time they get interviewed about these types of things and policies, there's always an answer that is much less certain and more like, yeah, we're kind of trying to figure it out, and I guess we'll see, you know? That's been the tone. That's been the tone. Like, every time they've interviewed Jack about this type of stuff, it's always been that type of tone. Zuck.
I gotta say, I fucking hate that people refer to the CEO of fucking Twitter on like a fucking first name basis.
That's his at.
Fuck him.
Well, too
Jack
bad.
Dorsey uses full fucking name because
Too
he's
bad.
not some guy. He's
Too
the
bad.
fucking CEO of a major corporation.
Hey, man.
He's not your buddy.
So are there people that
Hey, Mark, how's the F books?
So wait, hold on. Are there people that should refer to you as Patrick?
What do you mean?
Is there a level of distance that should apply to?
Yeah, no, I'm saying if I was the kind of person who would get pulled in front of a fucking round table of senators to answer questions about my company, I'm not, oh, hey, it's Pat. No, it's, hey, that's Patrick Boivin, the content creator. Yeah, like, this fucking oh, I hate it. I hate it.
Dude, it's such a non-point. It's like, whatever. It's the fucking syllables that refer to the person. Like, who cares? It's nothing.
Like, it's this weird, like, friendliness with this fucking person that I can't stand.
What are we doing? Are we doing the fucking, should it be Dorsey-chan? And Jack is too close and too intimate. Is it too intimate to use the phrase?
It's so fucking so stupid.
It is stupid. What are we doing? Anyway.
But to continue on, it's like, it's this weird thing of like, well, you've got a tech oligarchy, so what do? Well, you can have the government break those companies up. You can have the government label certain forms of communications as utility and nationalize them, or you can attempt to put in some kind of regulatory practices, or you can let the free market decide. And the political ideology, particularly of those responsible for the current going-ons, would view probably all of those as unacceptable.
Well, yeah, every step towards less control is not something that a given corporation would want. Furthermore, the utility aspect turns it into, like, well, if you're turning this into water, then you have to step in and run it like water.
Yeah. Now, personally, I don't think anybody wants forms of internet communication to be nationalized.
Yeah.
Especially American tech companies being nationalized by the U.S. to people that are not in the U.S.
There's also something
fuck that.
There's also something super weird about the fact that, like, so we're currently all on Twitter. This is where we've landed, but
I have landed on Twitter, yes.
But we've jumped ship a bunch of times in different ways on social media, and things that have been thriving have vanished entirely. Populations have migrated. Like, the idea that, like, the current moment now is where you step in and go, this is water. We're turning Twitter into water. It's like, well, this just happens to be the platform that is one that, like, regulated characters and You know what I mean? It shortened how many words you can say, so then it became popular through to that.
Maybe some common sense rules that would be broadly applicable, but specifically regulated, would be able to help this kind of situation. So you can have rules like if you're walking by a bodega and somebody's playing the new Rihanna track, that you go to jail. That's a good start.
If you hear it,
And we can go from there.
Monsanto rules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I hear you. Fair enough. But anyway, no. I'm just what I'm. And by the way, I do see and I notice, and I acknowledge your very astute switch over to mention a bodega as opposed to a dépanneur.
Well,
so you want to get the you want to reach those listeners.
I'm not going to jail for walking by a dépanneur that has music playing out of it.
You want to reach those listeners right in their home neighborhoods with their bodegas that we're so familiar with up here in French Canada. Anyway, yeah, no. Twitter happens to be where we are right now, right? And then on top of that, Twitter happens to be the format that is like the most incendiary by nature, because this is the fastest and closest we've ever gotten to mind reading. Because a tweet is a thought.
Actually, I would say that there was a platform slightly more incendiary, but I would have said that 12 hours ago.
Sure. Fine. Yes. And on that note, like if we can just like, you know, wheel the fucking cart a little further down the street for a second. I was, you know what I was infinitely more surprised by how many people were not aware of what was about to go down, because it had been super publicized everywhere that, you know, they gather. And for months now, prior to the election even, I had been following just to see, because I want to understand. I want to see, like, there's moments of, like, grand delusion that I see that make no fucking sense to me. And I want to understand how people process this to digest it for themselves. So there's a subreddit called Ask Trump Supporters, where you'd see people ask questions and then supporters would answer with what they believe and why. And then you can ask follow-up questions. So there would be discussions that would ideally lead to someone who is like converting this into their mind. Like they can explain the process as it happens in a way, right? And then in addition to that, after the Donald got kicked off of Reddit, there was the Donald.win, which is a just open forum that existed where, again, openly, very blatantly, and very loudly, there were like, yup, grab the ammo box, boys. We're getting ready for January 6th. And
well, I can tell you the answer to your question, which is how come people didn't notice. I'm going to go look at my Twitter. I'm following 243 people.
And you hit refresh, and your feed shows you those people's feeds.
That's artists, some pals, a lot of YouTubers, et cetera, voice actors.
And I was having this discussion with Reggie. Yeah.
Like, those are people that I like. That's why I follow them.
Yeah.
And while I will sit here and say possibly a bunch of stupid, ignorant shit about Banjo-Kazooie or whatever, and then say with genuine reality, I actually do want to understand what people like about this, or a music, or a movie, or what have you, right? I don't particularly find it to be a good use of my time to stick my head into a bucket of shit and ask an asshole why he keeps pooping.
Okay. So that is totally reasonable, and that represents most people not wanting to waste their time. And I would say that on top of that general feeling is the, this, what the social dilemma brings up, in that, like, it's also going to just feed you back your surroundings, and you're not going to really encounter anything that leans too far outside of that for the most part. So, looks like a corpse. Anyway, never mind that. When you encounter this stuff I'm describing, you have to seek it out, because it's not going to be inside of the box that your feed is pushing at you. And when you're refreshing your updates and your news, you're not going to see that there either. But that's the precise reason why I seeked it out. I really wanted to know, and it's the type of thing that I find helps me understand more, because I'm infinitely curious about these types of moments. I've oftentimes described how much I love Shutter Island because of its concept and what it represents in a way, I like seeing that process go down, but I also like, trying to understand what the most rational person among you would be saying in these circumstances. So all that to say that amongst that was a whole lot of irrational and a very, very loud call that shit was going down on the 6th, right? So, that taking people by storm was a little bit surprising, not because I expected most people to be on top of it, but there are others who do go in and do report on that stuff. And there are accounts and Twitters and pages where they're like, hey, I browse Parler, so you don't have to. Or, a couple other places like that. And like some of those places didn't really catch it either.
The short answer is that the people who are paid to pay attention get those reports and whatnot and just don't pay attention.
I suppose. Well, anyway, that time's done, and we're past that point. But yeah, it was written in the sky, loudly and very alarmingly so. And it wasn't just written with a giant font too, but like some of the most insane straight up calls for murder were massively upvoted. And like you would see a number next to them, next to some of the craziest takes that was like, yeah, a couple thousand people loved that. So you're like, this is not just this is, you would see the strength of the statement and the strength of the crazy, at the same time.
Thing of like, you could easily say, and I would say you would accurately say, that level of insanity is fringe. However, when you're dealing with a really big thing, fringe is big. It's really actually pretty fucking big.
You scale it upwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody knew. We went to fucking we went to college together. Obviously, people know this. But I remember we were next to Etc. You remember that? My pals, we were right
Club
next
space.
to Etc., which was the LGBTQ plus. Well, at the time,
it stopped at Q.
Yeah,
I had the discussion. Group. It stopped at Q at the time. Yeah,
I remember having an argument with a guy in there because he was a fucking asshole. He was the fringest asshole I had ever met in my entire college fucking experience, because his ideal world was to get rid of the breeders.
Right.
Like, he was that guy.
Mm-hmm.
But he was one dude.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have a fucking giant fucking support network and
to find other like-minded
fucking social media service where he could find people that thought like him, etc.
Yeah. So you scale it upwards, and you start to see the power of those numbers, and it gets a bit fucking nuts, because you're like, well, that is a completely off the reservation thought process, not even thought process, but like fucking conclusion. and this is the part where you would expect to see like this post deleted by a moderator or whatever the fuck, but it's like nah, like it's people in the sub thread detailing like what the best method of attack would be, you know, or even getting into okay, so we all know that like war sucks, and
we do know that. That's an important one.
Yeah, and like so there's people that are like straight up going like, we all know that war sucks and this is an awful thing to be in and no one really enjoys it, but quite frankly, if we're going to go this road, we have to be sure about it, you know? And people then like to cite that either they know or they're related to someone with X years of service, and they can get those people to stand behind them and ba-da-da-da-da, and, you know, get to your local militia and ba-da-da-da-da. And like the level of discussion goes into the, not just the random asshole saying I'll fucking kill you death threat, but then it goes into the like logistics of how we're going to do it type of thing. And I'm just like, yeah, this is here. This is what it is. It's just, it's sitting right there and it's upvoted. It's on the front page, you know? Anyway.
See it. It's right there.
Yep. Sticky thread. I'll kill you.
I noticed. I saw some clips of you discovering just how fucking outrageous that shit is.
Yeah.
You're dancing around like a jackass. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. You love dancing around like a jackass.
The fucking battle aura that comes from Yakuza is just...
Oh yeah, they're giving off some kind of...
Anyway, yeah.
Some kind of battle smell. But yeah, it's interesting times. We're living in a society and whatnot.
Yeah. What I used to like... You must have seen the collections. You must have seen the collections of like every what do you call it? How do I put this? Every time you saw a layer of like, it's gonna be this that saves him though, right? It's gonna be this that turns over the election, and then that thing falls apart. And then Ocelot runs a little further back to the next platform, and then the next thing falls, and then they run to the next one.
Hey, stop that!
Oh, stop the puppy.
Oh,
did he stop?
He was eating a piece of his bone that he ate earlier.
Okay, all right. Right. So when you go from everywhere, starting from stop the count all the way down, and then it's like, no, it'll be the Supreme Court, and then you edit all your Wojak memes and you get them all out, right? There's a point where, like, it goes from that generalized, like, I've edited my bearded yes guy to be carrying a briefcase to the Supreme Court, and that means I'll feel good about this. And then that didn't happen, and then nothing else happened, and every other thing just turned out to be complete nonsense. And when you're on, like, step 30... the tone takes a shift, right? And the tone takes a shift for the queue, and it starts becoming a lot more like, look to the skies, the secrets will unfold, you will see and it always says things are going to happen faster than you can possibly imagine, but don't worry, hold the line, Peds, hold the line, you know? And
so
it starts to get so unhinged and straight up mentally ill at a point.
Tag me in on this.
Tag.
Okay. So, I could feel where you were going on this. You're describing disassociation with reality. You're describing like almost communal narcissism, right? But more importantly than that, there's a term not from psychology, but from critical thinking. It's called magical thinking. Do you know about The Secret?
Wait,
tell me about The Secret, Wooly.
The term is magical thinking.
Yes.
Okay.
How familiar are you with The Secret?
As in like the Oprah thing?
The book, the self-help book.
A family member of mine got really into it, and she would make her vision boards.
Okay,
That's about
great.
as much
Perfect.
as I know.
Do you know what the secret is?
If you think about it, you can make it real.
If you think about it, you can make it real. That's the secret.
Mm-hmm.
That is the definitive example of magical thinking, and it is very, very appealing. If you just want it bad enough, it will happen.
Mm.
Because you're a good person, and you're doing a good job, and you don't mean harm on nobody. So if you just want it bad enough, the universe will just provide for you.
It will provide it. It will provide it. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of victory. Ashalala pala bopo bata hatta 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 hotta.
This is the kind of thing
yes.
that
yes.
you can
okay.
apply
right.
to certain religious groups.
Right.
You can
right.
apply it to
correct.
Honestly, what I would call the religion of money. You could apply it to like Wall Street people. And the market will provide. When I hear the phrase of the market will provide, that might as well be a priest speaking Latin to me, right? That's weird shit. That's like the fucking free market has like a fucking invisible force or some shit. The fucking hand of the free market shit.
Fuck your driver's license, bitch. You don't need
It's
that shit.
It's also cult shit.
Go on.
And a lot of what I see, my initial immediate brain thought is cult, is magic thoughts and cult. And then I see, you saw that copy pasta, I'm sure.
Which one?
Oh god, I'll go fucking drag it up. Gene retweeted.
I probably have, but it depends on which one you're talking about.
Oh god, I'll have to fucking it's the like we're gonna fight the revolution, and then like 10 minutes later the glorious leader is like begging to be let back on Twitter. The glorious leader that you photoshopped into 40K memes.
Oh yeah. No, okay. So honestly, half that shit that Gene's posting is stuff that I went and saw myself on the boards.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know? Yeah. Totally. Geodis.
But
Geodis is the term. People didn't know about Geodis. I remember I introduced that. I explained that to Punch Mom and Reggie at the same time, and they fucking just jaw dropped like, what? And it's like, oh, you didn't hear about the God Emperor of the United States?
Oh man,
you missed out. You know, yeah, and not only that too, but like, you hit up against it if you ever decide to seek it. You just gotta search for, I mean, like hashtag QAnon isn't gonna give you anything. You gotta find the proper WWG1 WWGAWW, right?
Ugh.
But that has since gotten edited down because I think those get cleared out every once in a while. But the term is where we go one, we go all. And originally, that was the hashtag for finding Q shit. And the best edits of Trump armor with a burning sword and fucking angel wings on his back. But then they edited it down to add worldwide because Twitter got on that, and then the G, and then the G1, and all the variants within. But that's how you had to find it. But it was there. It was certainly there, yes. Seeing the rabbit hole in its truest form and the depths that you thought were infinite, but they're not that infinite, really. They're not. It's not that it goes so deep that you can't see the bottom. It's more like Area 5-2 in Demon Souls, where it's just like ankle deep, but it sucks for a long period of time.
It's a lot of ankle deep.
It's wide. It's wide as fuck.
Oh,
but it's ankle deep. It's the fucking Valley of Defilement, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
It's smelly.
Oh, 1 second.
I was looking at I was enjoying myself new Twitter account earlier that is a compilation of people finding out that they're on the no-fly list.
Oh, no fly Twitter. Yes, no fly list is a new account on Twitter. Hashtag no fly list for some videos.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's some fucking hilarious shit.
Mm-hmm.
Watching a bunch of grown men start like burst into tears because they're gonna go to jail.
Bruh.
On that Twitter, it also actually there was a network analyst alleged network analyst, right, that discussed that apparently the Capitol building has its own cell tower, which means that if your cell phone was on your person,
ping,
they know.
Ping. Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Oops. So like everyone's gonna go to jail. Oops.
They also have the ability to create mobile. There's a thing that allows them to create a mobile false tower that can ping phones in an area to get you. And they basically a recent article came out about how that's how they found Ghislaine Maxwell, was by doing a false tower ping and then seeing where her phone was. So that shit is like 100% listed in. You're like, it's all you're on a fucking list somewhere, man. But hey, it's okay, because really, when you start a revolution and a little bit of pepper spray gets in your eye, the revolution's canceled.
You know what I gotta say though? Hold up. You know what? Can you hold it for a second? I'm just gonna get something to drink. I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. There was a really great tweet. Oh, 1 second. There was a really great tweet that popped up that I found to be, again, alongside this no-fly list stuff, interesting, where they were basically describing. So some folks decided to get on a plane and go over to the Capitol during the, what should have taken half an hour to sort out all the electoral votes, and then ideally stop it, and perhaps even in the process upset the entire thing, possibly install their own solution, whatever the conclusion was to be. But folks thought they were going to go in, do that, change history, and then get back on the plane on Sunday and get back home to go back to work. You fly down to Washington, change history, and come back home in time to catch Monday Night Football.
I would like to role play a conversation that I'm going to imagine happened at least 500 times today with you, Wooly. I'll start. You'll be playing the role of my boss. I'm calling in. Boop, 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 boop. Hey, Wooly. Yeah, I know it's Monday, and I know it's around 3 p.m. I'm really not going to be able to make it today. I'm stuck somewhere.
Oh, that sucks. Sorry to hear. What happened?
Can't go into it. I'm just stuck in DC.
DC? That's really far.
Yeah, no, I was, flights are canceled, or whatever. I can't, I don't know when I'm going to be able to come back to work. Is that cool?
Flights are canceled, you say?
Yeah, they're canceled. They're very canceled.
So what do I do about your shift? What do I do about your shift? Tell you what.
Oh, I'm getting a lot of static. Oh, I'm gonna have to call you back.
Tell you what. I will make a permanent opening in your shift. How about that?
Getting a lot of static.
Big static. Yeah. But
that segues perfectly into what I was going to say before I got the drink, which is there is good news for everyone. And I do say everyone because, by the way, I actually really like our American friends and our American audience. I very much like at least one American very much.
I hope so.
Got a really nice rack. But anyway, these ne'er-do-wells, I gotta say, I know a little bit of history. You read up on the rise of fascism and communism in all these states, right? This one is slightly different because, boy, are they not sending their best and brightest. Get into the building. Get into the seat of government. Get into what was then thought the Speaker of the House's office with an unsecured computer. What to do? I'll take a photo for Twitter. All right, I'm good. I'm gonna go home.
Selfies, bro. You stay between the velvet ropes as you march through, and then you get there, and then you're like, "Hey, we got the number."
The
live stream.
Out of all of it, I have to say, maybe it's my personality. Maybe I'm focusing on the wrong thing. But I look at this and I go, these are actually the dumbest motherfuckers to ever enact any attempt at shit. Literally standing on the podium, taking fucking promo pictures.
Yeah.
And then leaving before doing anything.
Yeah, and there's video where they're like, "Hey man, we got all night and we got till tomorrow to figure it out. So don't worry, we'll figure out what we're gonna do." Like, said somebody inside, right? But here's the problem, though. Like, there's that meme image of I forgot who it was, where it's just like, now you look at that and tell me that's not a psyop, where you kind of have that, right? You have this ridiculous like group of people taking their pictures, and those are the selfies and videos and streams that hit the internet first, where you kind of saw all of that wacky shit. And then you see again that other officer that like led everyone up the stairs and then faked the direction towards the speaker's house, and then towards the Senate and then back or whatever. But like alongside all that goofy shit that you saw, there was also dude hopping seats with restraining fucking
zip
ties in his hands, with a gun on his fucking, holster.
Now,
there was also dude who got fucking hit in the head with a fire extinguisher and died. That was a cop.
That's right, yeah.
Then there was other cop who was crushed between a door as some 50 to 100 people heave-hoed on each other's backs to try and crack past where the barricade was, not realizing they were like crushing a human being. And like at some point they basically stop, I would say 2 or 3 more heaves before they like just split the dude. A brutal fucking crazy video of that. And then again, I go back to the fact that there was a van and explosives that were found. So all in all, there's a wild, crazy thing where you had both the Viking taking his selfie and literal explosives there. And I would say that the literal explosives and guns and zip ties were more so the reason why the people in the chamber had to hide beneath their chairs and put on gas masks.
Now, to be fair, Wooly, Mr. Zip Tie, in fact, there were 2 Mr. Zip Ties, just got arrested, literally.
Yeah.
And according to them, they were not, in fact, wandering around a government building with zip ties and a handgun to take hostages and kill people. They actually found those zip ties on the ground and picked them up so that other bad people could not use them to do that.
That is how fortunate and wise of them to do that. Selfless they are.
And they explained this while in custody to some people that I'm sure took them very seriously.
Yeah. There was also the cell of people that were specifically there chanting "Find Mike Pence," and so what you have in this gathering is truly the marketplace of ideas, because some people were pushing in to get that selfie with the dude in the front, and others were there to get on Pelosi's phone, and then yet others were there with the fucking weapons. So it was all, a mixture of intentions. To which the response, again, going back to the forums and such, was there were some people that were like, they should have got in and nailed a list of signatures to the door in protest and then left, you know? And it's like, yeah, if that's what you want to accomplish.
that works fine if you want to create Protestantism in like 800 years.
But unfortunately, that was 5 bodies ago. You know? So you just can't, like, anyway, it gets to a point where as I was describing that pathway into magical thinking, right? You see people who either embrace magical thinking or then those who are like, what can I salvage here? I have a check mark. I'm listed as a member of the government. How do I salvage the situation? What can I do? And then that's where you see the everything was awful. That was a terrible idea, even though that same day I went down there and continued to push the agenda. But
yeah,
hey,
there's a lot of disuse on this.
But hey, now would be a great time for that unity that you guys were talking about a minute ago, you know, and just there's infinite disuse in the form of like, hey, remember when you were like not tied to any of this and you were telling the truth about what you thought of your opposition when you were trying to become president yourself? Remember what you said about Trump when you were trying to be the candidate, and then you basically
I can't hear you over my own call to trial by combat.
Right. So
maybe it's because I'm far away. Maybe it's because I'm dissociated. Maybe it's because I'm a psychopath. But all I can think of is like the hilarious fucking cringe out of all this shit.
Yeah,
like a fucking 80-year-old fucking dumbass lawyer going, we gotta have a trial by combat. Like, oh cool, let's get the dueling swords out, bitch. That would be sick.
Klingon Warblade.
Yeah, get a bat left out.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, hey.
Best of luck to all of our pals down in the U.S. I hope you didn't find it too condescending to have the Canadians laughing.
Oh, it definitely was.
But it's fucking crazy right now.
Yeah,
it is
pretty crazy.
I was talking to somebody earlier this morning who needs American TV when you have America on TV.
Well, reality is the most interesting form of fiction currently running. There's nothing better that anyone's writing right now than like literally the history that we are watching. But yes, and I also bid a adieu, farewell, and all the best to the many who have hit their breaking point with this discussion topic being brought up, and with our decision to not necessarily eggshell around it. And I hope you find yourself some more interesting things to listen to in the future. I'm sorry that your opinions don't allow you to hear things you disagree with and be entertained.
It's funny because, and as content creators,
mm-hmm.
It's funny. A friend of ours actually said, "How come people don't use the term artist anymore? Is that too pretentious? Is that why they use content creator?" I'm like, oh my god, I have met plenty of content creators that will use that term in the snobbiest fucking way, worse than artiste or whatever. But yeah, anyway, as content creators, or personally as a content creator, I don't like to talk about politics. I don't think it's particularly fun or engaging, and I don't think a lot of people come to this podcast or
no, that's not
my
the
stream
way they show up. And I'll tell you what, I certainly did
talk shit about such and such candidate or such and such policy. I don't think I'm particularly well educated on that either. But on the other hand, are you seeing this shit? Holy fuck! Wow! You seeing this? Jesus Christ! That's what I have to say about the.
That's about it. That's correct. that pretty much sums it up. Yeah. You know? And like, dare I say that, like, I want to imagine, like, here's the thing is I want to imagine that, like, let's say we're talking about, whatever the fuck, docket says, Ever Crisis has been announced, right? So let's say we're talking, let's say we start up and then we start talking about Ever Crisis, and we're discussing what the implications of that could be. In the background, you should be hearing that yell, like, of the sound of someone watching a TV, like, in the room right over, muffled, holy fuck! Whoa! You know, and just, it's like, no, we're talking about the new video game. Never mind that.
So I was like, I was
streaming. Yeah, we
were streaming during
I was literally streaming.
You were streaming earlier in the day.
Yeah.
And I was streaming later in that night. And there was the moment where I went live. I'm like, as I went live, it seemed to be the start of the calming down process, right? But it was extraordinarily possible that I could be live and at 8:29 p.m. on a Tuesday while I'm playing my Star Wars game, somebody in the chat goes, X is dead, or a nuke just blew up, like fucking whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Could have been anything.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not gonna fucking tell me that I'm supposed to sit there and see that shit pop off in my chat and be like, you guys need to hit emote only mode. Okay, so wow, you sure got a lot of dark side points for this fucking dancing quest with the Twi'lek, huh? Oh, the swoop racing coming up now. Oh, look at the swoop go.
In conclusion,
move fast.
In conclusion, brown face, not that bad.
You know,
we could have another. He could have a couple more. He's got at least 8 other brown faces in him before it starts approaching.
You know what? We've
concerned territory.
Let's give them one of ours. There's a problem most Americans don't know about Canada. Because Americans don't know about Canada. That's the main problem. That's the reason. But there is a legitimate problem that a lot of things that happen in Canadian discourse and politics have. Where we'll be talking about something. Such as the fact that our Prime Minister is a recreational black and brown facer. Serial black and brown facer.
Habitual.
Loves it. Right? And you'll go, I know about that guy. I know about that. That seems fucked up. Right? And even from me, even from you, Wooly, there is a time when you look at that shit and you just turn your gaze south and you go, well, hey, at least we're not doing it like the fucking Americans are doing it. Oh, thank goodness. And then you just stop having the conversation.
I would have our boy rock brown for the rest of his term. However long
like
that may
in Parliament.
be.
Like
yes. Like permanently.
Yeah.
You know, standing up in the house, in all of it. I want to see it.
Against his will.
I would have that. I would take that in a heartbeat. The true Ever Brown. Yeah. In
interview with
in retrospect and comparison, not that bad.
Here's the interview with the lady Prime Minister, Sophie, about how she applies the Prime Minister's makeup in the morning prior to going to Parliament.
Parliament is really, you know, and then having those rousing moments and rousing, stances and loud outbursts as the Tories and the NDP get on about their business. But
hey, man. While we're on the topic, kind of. How you enjoying this fucking curfew?
Shit sucks, dog.
So, a lot of you folks don't know, but Quebec, due to the non-stop infinite climax that is our rising COVID numbers, the Quebec government has said, all right, we asked you to stay home. You didn't stay home for shit. You're all assholes. So you're getting a full-blown, for-realsy-ass curfew with a shit zillion of rules.
One of which, however, is that dog owners may take their dogs for walks.
That's right. Dog owners can't take their dogs for walks.
And...
No? Okay. And it doesn't matter if you're walking your husband on a leash and tell the police that it is in fact okay. They will still fine you $3,000.
Yep.
If you're in the West End of Montreal.
You can go, I think it's like up to 3 kilometers or something, whatever the radius is. But like, you can walk your dog, at which point then, I did not see it for myself, but I was told that Kijiji immediately had dog owners renting their dogs out for walking.
Oh, gross.
To nearby people who would want to borrow one if need be. Also, shout outs to the footage of Laval come 8 p.m. where someone broadcasts a purge siren in the streets to signify the curfew being on. You know, there's nothing to let you know that you're not supposed to go outside, like the fucking death wail of the purge siren. Good stuff.
So here's a fun one. So as you are well aware, my wonderful and beautiful significant other, Peach Saliva, has a back made out of tinder and string and what is it, a sick child's wish?
Yeah.
And thus needs to be medicated at times so that she does not die from the back of pain. Well, we ran out of those pills, so she had to go to the pharmacy to get more pills. Now, going to the pharmacy is a-okay breaking curfew thing. You are totally allowed to drive to a local pharmacy and get your medicine as the pharmacies are still open. Well, this led to the discovery, oh man, they are taking this curfew fucking for real seriously. Cops followed her the entire trip, both ways. And as you would pass car after car after car being ticketed and being stopped at the side of the road.
People getting, wow, okay. You see, right before this happened here, my mom called me from Grenada and told me about their curfew. Did I already talk about this? I think I already did.
I don't remember this.
She told me about her curfew because Grenada went into lockdown, and it was like Grenada was fine. They were basically COVID free, but then there was a single resort that had people that were allowed to come in without being tested because the people on the resort were not supposed to be allowed to leave the resort. But so the people who would come in, they had this bullshit system where they're like, no one taking these cruises or going on these trips wanted to deal with the testing, and furthermore, the staff that was then enacting COVID measures, customers were complaining about the fact that that the staff was being so distant and was being cold and right. So then the fucking resort reverses those measures, and then the staff gets infected, and then re-trigger a wave in Grenada through this one stupid fucking resort because of shitty customers. You know, and like, if your government allows that to happen, what the fuck are you doing? Anyway, all that leads.
this Quebec curfew. There's no fucking there's no data that says that fucking limiting the times people can be out does shit. Like,
Um,
it seems like a fucking knee-jerk ass reaction.
yeah. So, but just all that to say, well, one, fuck sandals resorts in the islands in the Caribbean.
Yes, dude, yes.
If you happen to be going to Barbados, Trinidad, Grenada, I believe there's one on Martinique as well, but I'm not 100%. Anyway, fuck sandals. But second, yeah, that they got their curfew on, which was the cop cars slowly rolling through the streets in every neighborhood, just to pumping the gas very slowly, and like more or less walking a guard path throughout the entire island, but I haven't looked outside to see what it's like out here for us. But yeah, I think it fucking sucks, and I think it's stupid because it's like, again, it's that thing of like, oh yes, so like COVID clearly is it comes out at night mostly. What? No.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like the Quebec
know?
government. I mean, here's some local politics. I don't think the Quebec government's doing a very good job with the COVID thing. I don't think this curfew is going to actually do much to curb the fact that I don't think they're doing a very good job with the COVID thing.
I mean, ultimately, they did pretty much say that, like, hey, people that are doing their part are doing their part, but people that are not doing their part are the reason why we got to put this in place.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I mean, it appears to be that for a lot of first world countries that have a lot of folks that have never gone through serious ass hardship, you hit a certain amount of months of, hey, fucking chill out, don't do that, and then they just all decide to give up.
There was a moment
looking down my street and watching people have parties on my street, just like.
Mm-hmm. There was a moment when I thought that, like, I went, oh fuck, North America is about to become like Asia, and we're gonna all be that, like, mask wearing culture from here on out. There was well, yeah, but like there was a moment where it seemed like that was about to happen, and then the confusing messaging occurred, and then it had time to get distilled into the purest political forms, and now we have this god awful version of events. But I kind of was the moment when it first started, I was like, damn, I guess, yeah, that whole thing of like, oh, you feeling a little under the weather, throw a mask on and go to and go about your business in that method. And it seems like now it's like, yeah, that is a permanent fixture, but only with a percentage of the population. It is quite interesting to see the effect that the championing of individuality versus the championing of harmony creates when it comes to these types of moments in history. Where the cultural belief 100% affects how the crisis is handled. Ideology becomes, like, physically manifest.
Mm-hmm. Tired of this shit. Just hit me with that needle.
Gaming podcast turns political. Ruh-roh. Anyway, anything going on?
Gaming podcast turns political.
Yeah, political. Mm-hmm. It's life. It's literally just life. It's what your lives are. It's what my life is. It's what your life is.
I saw something that I wouldn't say that it made it click, but it gave me a perfect reason to, like, actually say it out loud, which was, if you're gonna pretend that none of this shit is happening, who are you actually making it easier on? Right? When COVID happened, I originally thought that I should not talk about COVID during my streams because people are fucking stressed out enough about COVID and all
I was
that
gonna
shit,
say,
and that they would want to not hear about that crap.
yeah, I was gonna say
they're going to relax.
way more valid than like a person who gets upset at your take is people who are just like, oh God, I need a reprieve from that.
Right. But this is a good non-political version of this that will work better as an example, right? And I'm like, well, okay, I'm gonna keep my stream clean of the COVID thing, and then people will be able to come to it to relax. And it turns out that doesn't relax anyone. That doesn't make anybody feel any better, because all anybody talk in that first fucking 3 weeks in my chat was COVID and how fucking terrified of COVID they were. So who the fuck am I helping by pretending it didn't happen?
Here's a telling moment. Have you had have you had a day where you were streaming and you were doing your business and like you're just like in your head you're like, I can't wait to get off stream and check the news updates and find out what the fuck is going on? Have you had that moment?
I had that moment. I had that moment 3 nights ago on Friday.
Exactly, right?
I had that moment where I saw somebody who was a long-time viewer of my stream go, dude, you got to get on Twitter right now. Somebody is ban evading.
Yeah.
And I just like saw that and my eyes went real big and I'm like, I gotta get on Twitter right now.
Yeah. So it's just like it cannot be circumvented. It is taking up the entire hallway, you know. But that's pretty much. I mean, whatever. Like, there's a million more takes in the gas tank, but that's all I got on for now, at the very least. But what else? What's going on?
What else?
What's going on with your week beyond this? Beyond
this?
Beyond all of this.
I would like everyone to tell Twitch, the Dog Champ is the best Pog Champ of all, and that Dog Champ should be used as a Pog Champ of the day in the near future.
I disagree with the first part, but I agree with the second.
Dog Champ is great.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But quite frankly, the original and only hype emote that there ever should have been would have been IFC Yipes. From the jump, it should have been Yipes. But it is one of those things though where like in the moment that goes down, where I'm just like, you know, like it is definitely the lowest possible priority right now to be talking about what the new PogChamp should be. It couldn't be any less important. But if it's gonna get brought up and if it's gonna be discussed, it has always been Yipes' mantle to claim. There's
Wooly,
no one that represents the hype more.
A crystallized, hyper-specific instance of this couldn't be less important. Think about what we're going to talk about in the first half of this podcast versus what we're going to talk about in the second half of this podcast.
Yeah.
In terms of actual lifetime value.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think it was pretty funny because Ultra David was out there hours prior going, you guys should just fucking unfollow Gootex right now. And I was like, yeah, Ultra David's got a point. He's got a point. And then everyone agreed. It's like, what did Gootex see in the future?
it's the part
that caused this change.
The side by side pictures are always pretty rough when it's like, you know, like the like, but a few years ago the color was still there, you know, there was some rose in the cheeks and things looked livelier, and now there's just that sort of look to it. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I think I don't know. I think for the most part, it might not necessarily represent a change that occurred as much as it was just like, when you're talking about fighting game shit, you're not necessarily going into the rest of your views on things because you're just talking fighting games, and you know, and then at some point you start pushing those quieter ideas up to the front.
I'm just, I just had this image. It's the stupidest image of all. It's future Gutex with the outfit and the glasses in front of his computer, sitting with a notepad open, and it's just a single, all caps, bolded question at the top of a notepad, which is, can blame COVID hoax on esports?
Yeah. I wish I had some further insight. I don't. Not much I can say, you know. But shit's wild. Shit is wild. I got
all right. So, what did I do or play this week that was not in any way related to terrorism? I played KOTOR 2 and Bayo 2 this week. You are obviously very recently familiar with KOTOR 2.
Mm-hmm.
I went and added some extra mods that I don't think you used, but they were all texture mods, like nothing of import, right? All just like shininess, because they have those upscaled fucking texture shit now.
Yeah, like I think like I said to you, the main texture mods I used were improved space and improved lightsabers.
Yeah, I threw
space in particular. The lightsaber is like a nice touch. It makes the colors true.
It's not that big of a deal. It's just a nice little
But the space one is massive. The original look of the stars in around the ships on the outside is some of the crappiest skybox you've ever seen. It's garbage.
I got that one, and then I got the people have made those, like, use the AI to upscale the fucking original textures to 4K kind of thing. And I installed that, and I had this great moment, where you look at it and you're like, does this even work? Is these the new textures, or is this the old textures? Because you're doing the prologue and the Ebon Hawk, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's probably the new one. That looks pretty good, right? And then I went outside to do the mines on top of the Ebon Hawk, and that part was not covered by the mod I got. So I went out there and looked and was like, oh, yeah, no. They totally, the mod worked. Because that's some... Oh, man, old games in many cases actually look way worse than you remember. Like, just get up close to a texture and it's just like a muddy pile of shit. You look baffled. You look confuzzled.
No, I'm trying to remember what there was a really strong example of, like, this blurry texture is way too close to the camera right now, but I don't remember what it was. It might have been like a monster we fought, but it was
occasionally, the monsters, because the monsters are made small, and then a lot of them are embiggened, and then it just stretches it.
And it was just like, oh, fucking hell.
Oh, don't look at this. But I've been playing the KOTOR 2, and I've been playing it I've been attempting. Your very bizarre way of going through that game has made this difficult, but I am attempting to
Why?
anti-woolly it. Well, because
Oh,
you did your
you're-
light side later shit.
okay. Well, the end of your sentence answered the first part because I was like,
Yeah.
why did what I do create any problems for you whatsoever?
Because I wanted to do it as opposite as possible.
You're going the opposite.
Dual value.
So are you going? You're going light side, female. Gun?
No, dark side lady just made a Darth Karen because I thought that was funny because one of the blonde women looks the Karen-y. And
Okay.
there's a lot of dark side shit in that. You can get to fucking like horrible purple skin before you fucking get to Telos.
Okay, what version dark side are you going though? Are you going
every option to the maximum?
Okay. See, that's not as satisfying though, right?
You think that, don't you?
Because isn't it better to help along the way and then fuck them over? Because the game lets you string people along,
depending on particular things,
and fuck up the last second. That always seems to be the worst one.
There are a couple that but man, there's some just fucking outrageous. Like if you one of the great things about KOTOR 2 is Kreia.
Dark Later.
Now you've gone through your whole LP with Kreia, and Kreia has this great way. She has her own personal philosophy, and she constantly makes fun of the player and calls them stupid if they engage in things outside that personal philosophy. Playing a unrepentant psycho hobo murderous dark side character that Kreia fucking hates is like a legitimately amazing way to play that game. And you got all your party members to like you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Turns out, if you get their influence low enough, you still unlock their Jedi classes and shit. And so here's how it works. I did not know about this system until I started my stream and somebody told me about it. Fuck that
guy. I'm becoming a Jedi despite him.
So if you say you're a good person, right? And you make Atten really like you, and Atten will tend towards the light and become a Jedi, right? But if you are a good person and make Atten hate your guts enough, he will become a Sith out of spite.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And it goes the other way as well.
That's
so I am creating a party of a team of people that hate my shit, hate my guts, and will hate everything that I do.
But continue to be walking batteries, so who cares?
Continue to be walking out with me. Just listening to Kreia just constantly be like, I'm so sick and tired of you shooting everyone, and your options are, I'll shoot you, woman. It's great. I love it. I love it. It's fantastic.
Okay.
That game's incredible.
It is. The fact that you have the freedom to do that is, that's a marvel. Yeah, you are no better than fucking Krusty Boy and Angry Boy, but
dude, Krusty and Hungry
Boy
are so incredible. Like, there are 4, maybe 5. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of there. Here. Sorry, the dog's trying to fucking bite my dick. Excuse me. Here's the last of your treat. Get out of my face. Krusty and Hungry Boy. Krusty Boy, Hungry Boy, Cowl Girl, and Old Lady Fist are fucking all incredible. They're all the best. These are my favorite Star Wars characters.
No, they're some of the strongest ever. I also played there's a fan-made Star Wars fighting game called Force Combat that I played this week, and in looking at that, there's a roster that includes Darth Malgus from the Old Republic, and I started basically going down a wiki hole you know, and I started reading about essentially what KOTOR sets up, and then what it kind of what it expanded into, and like there's a whole like early series about like what the Rakata were like when they were around and shit. So all of this is right on the mark for like, yeah, what I was digging up this week too, as you're touching on it. And I don't know whether or not people like loved or hated all of this early material, but just I was able to scratch some itches after Mandalorian season 2 and kind of like go like, oh yeah, let me just fucking check out some Star Wars stuff, and then I'm gonna get my fill, and then I'm gonna back out. What did you What did you do in the first verbal boss battle? Or are you there yet?
Against who?
Atris.
Oh, I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay.
So one of the biggest flaws of that game, like kind of astonishingly, is that you don't get to stretch your legs for like fucking 12 hours. Like it's fucking crazy.
You're
like
on
Terrace
for
was like
a while,
long
aren't you?
section in the first
Yeah.
one, but it was like
Paragus,
7 hours, right?
Yeah.
And Paragus is terrible. Paragus might be like the worst starter area of any of these types of games I can think of.
But I needed it for bearings.
Yeah.
Personally, I would have been
sucks.
I needed it for bearings and momentum, and I would say that the tutorial planet helps with a new character and a new game, even if it's just like, you know, the same actions again.
Oh, totally. It's just that Paragus like sucks. It's like a boring ass fucking mining colony, and all the fucking corridors look the same. There's nobody to talk to.
I like the bar.
Like in Paragus?
There's the little isn't there a bar?
No. What are you talking about? Talking about KOTOR 2. You're thinking of Telos.
Was I thinking of Telos?
You're thinking of Telos with the bar that has the girl that you can sell into slavery.
Okay. Whoops.
Paragus is the mining fucking place you wake up in, and the only person you can talk to is HK.
Okay. So, yes. It is pretty barren, but that HK conversation is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
It's a fucking wonderful conversation with HK.
Yeah, that's pretty great. But yeah, that game takes too long to get started. Straight up, it takes too long. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll be able to get HK when I get to the galaxy map, and then I'll get my lightsaber. And I'm like, I streamed it twice. I'm still not off fucking Telos. I can't believe it. And one of those streams is like 7 hours long. It's ridiculous. Played some Bayo too. Hindsight has given me a very bizarre feeling about Bayo 2.
You talked about it last week a bit, yeah.
And I feel really glad that in between then and now, I watched one of Matthew Matos's micro videos, who summed up exactly the perfect way that I would agree with to describe Bayo 2. Bayo 2 is less bad than Bayo 1, but it is also less good. So, Bayo 1's story and presentation are fucking terrible. Like, the story in Bayo 1 is like the worst. I've beaten that game 4 or 5 times. I'm still not super clear what is going on. It's especially with the time travel element that doesn't seem to go anywhere. Like, you had to time travel so that you could see yourself, but then you still ended up in the lake. But if you ended up in the lake, like,
same thing I said last week. Benefit of the doubt, because I haven't touched it in a while. I'd have to do a revisit, but I didn't have this negativity towards it that you're having. Like, I enjoyed it.
Well, when's the last time you played it?
A while ago. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So Bayo 1, like, the color palette's really, really bland. right? Bayo 2 has like a huge improvement on like the look of the game. And Bayo 2's spectacle is like way bigger and better in almost every way. Like the Lumen Sage is like incredible. He's super awesome. And the story is a little more straightforward. And they actually like kind of fix Bayo 1's story in Bayo 2's story. I don't know if you remember that. Like they spend a significant amount of time like improving Bayo 1's story by like giving a little bit more detail on certain
About
things.
the eyes and shit.
About the eyes and what happened to Balder and stuff like that. But then there are some gameplay stuff that is just like not as good as Bayo 1. Like I was talking to some people that were like, I prefer Bayo 1. I'm like, really? Because Bayo 2 is so much smoother and the weapons are so much more unique. And there were a couple general, like, you know, specific nitpicks, but the number one was, yeah, but Umbran Climax is completely busted. And after playing through a couple chapters and doing a bunch of the tag climax missions off stream, like you've got stuff like the heel stomp and like Akira's Tetsuzanko and torture attacks, right? And those all use magic. But you'd have to be fucking stupid to use any of that shit when Umbran Climax is 100 times better and lasts 10 times as long.
Yeah, you said this last week too, I remember. And most of these points. But we're still kind of arguing, though, like jockeying for position on the Mount Olympus above all other action games, because these games are still among the greatest that are out there in the genre. Right?
We're talking about character action in general, or like we comparing them to their contemporaries or all action games? Because if we compare them to all action games, like, yeah, okay, sure.
Well, character action is that weird like descriptor that gets thrown in that like where we kind of talk about pretty much just like, hey, it's all the games we like in a way.
Because like I'm coming from the comparison of I went through fucking LDK and DMD with Virgil last month.
Yeah,
as a point of comparison.
Yes, but I'm saying more so that like both of those are, you know, leaps and bounds ahead of like generic action games that aren't necessarily like going that route with combat.
Oh, totally, yeah. But like I don't even like if we're talking about like fucking Nano Breaker and fucking Chaos Legion, like, and I don't even give a shit. Like, who gives a fuck? Like out of all of them, like the ones that I would consider, I'm talking about the Devil May Cry series, like real character action games, like Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry, and Bayo and all that stuff. You know, the good ones.
I know. It's like because you know when it's to say like we're having, you know, when you have the conversation where you're like, when you're talking to people that play like live and breathe fighters that talk about like how shit a particular one is in one way, where it's like, okay, but you're talking from the point of view of someone who's super close to the franchise, right?
Oh yeah, no, this is the top 10 worst games of the year problem, where you go, the worst game of the year for 20 what was Cyberpunk, and you're like, really? It wasn't this dog shit Unity asset flip that costs $2 on Steam,
or
that
sure,
put the virus on your computer,
or even just being like, man, Street Fighter Alpha 1 is some busted dumb bullshit. It's like, yeah, but it's Street Fighter Alpha. It's like, it's still fucking incredible by comparison to, you know, pull some shit out, fucking best of best. You know, like it's. But
like my point is that the more I go into it, I feel like it hasn't aged nearly as well as its contemporaries.
Interesting. I have a feeling I'll disagree with you when I revisit it, but I can't say much until I do.
Like Metal Gear Rising aged better, I believe, a lot better actually. MGR is fucking great. I love MGR. But yeah, so I played those two, and I checked out. God, I hope you played this. Oh no, I closed the thing I was looking at. I checked out the Monster Hunter Rise demo on the Nintendo Switch.
I have I've been hearing about it, but I didn't dive in. I was doing some other stuff, but I do want to. I'm going to miss the demo and just grab it when it drops.
Yeah. So, like, Monster... It's this weird thing where Monster Hunter will announce, hey, we're adding the bug mechanic where you can slingshot yourself or grapple or whatever, right? And they announce this and that and this and that, and they all these little announcements. But I feel like it doesn't... I can't really internalize any of those changes until I actually touch them, until I actually hit the buttons and see how it interacts with the various instances of fighting a monster or a hunt.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who has played the series casually at 2, then big at 3U, big at 4U, Generations, and then World, this is as big of a jump forward from World as World was from Generations.
So this is where let me bring it up, because this is a question that we got. I'll bring up an early letter time question here. But Sean Elias says, how do you feel about long-running series adopting new mechanics? The easy answer is, as long as it's fun, there's no issue. But is there a point where new ideas come at the cost of the series becoming unrecognizable? Monster Hunter Rise is definitely the most dramatic shift the series has had, and the new emphasis on fast aerial combat, it could almost pass as an off-brand clone. When all is working, it's enjoyable, but it does kind of feel like I'm moving on from a simpler, slower time. And then he says, makes me think of the canceled ideas Ono had for Street Fighter. And yeah, would it concern you, seeing these risks if it pushes the series in a different direction? Do you have examples that come to mind, right? So, like, this is precisely what someone was bringing up.
So, I have a lot to say about that, and that's a great way to lead in. So, the first of which, I was talking with Mom about this on Twitter, is that it is very good for Monster Hunter to become unrecognizable, because that first game is trash.
So
have you ever touched Monster Hunter 1?
No, but I've heard you scream about it ad nauseum.
Fucking use the analog stick to fucking use your one move. It's terrible. And 2, like, I know you know this because you had a roommate who was in the process of destroying their life with the claw. The fucking PSP claw. Right? It was the third game that finally gave that thing real controls. And every single game... What's that, sir?
Couldn't you eventually plug a DualShock into the last generation? Or am I just crazy?
Which one? You gotta be more
Didn't
specific.
the last generation of PSP have a video out and allow you to connect a controller to it?
Yes.
Okay.
And you could bullshit an analog solution. But that was not the way most people played it. In fact, Second G never got released for real. It was a translation patch that you had to use on custom firmware.
Oh, okay.
It's real boomer shit, because I remember when you started playing Monster Hunter World, you're like, I don't know about this. This seems kind of clunky. And I was like sitting there rocking in my chair, trying not to like scream with spittle flying off. Like, you just don't know, man. It used to be so fucked up. It was real up the street both ways, yeah.
This is an improvement.
Yes. Like, it's always an improvement, and like the series, every game is like identical to the last one in a bunch of ways. Like, but adds 20% new stuff. But every game is changing 20%. Like, that 20% that they change is different, right? So with World, it was like the visuals and the general like layout.
Every time someone with a following makes a, hey, do you guys remember Reboot thread? There's always infinite people in the comments going, wow, this looks like dog shit.
Sure does.
And it's just like, oh, yeah. It just How can I?
It's like like people don't know how bad it used to be to play Monster Hunter when you didn't have real camera controls.
Right.
Right? Hey, you stop that. Stop eating your brother.
If only you knew.
So, and to specifically mention I forget the person's name whose question you brought up, but it was the aerial combat makes it look like a different series, right? And
which
that's not
Sunhigh Legend was
true.
already kind of doing in some of those crazy videos.
That's not true. So what happened is there is a very clear path here, right? Step 1 is Monster Hunter 3 says we want to go on a new axis. So that new axis is going to be swimming. And swimming was very bad and terrible and should never have been put into the game.
So you've mentioned.
Ever. Yeah. It was very not good. And so then 4 came out and they said, okay, we still want to go on a new axis. So what are we going to do? We'll make all the fucking areas like
is swimming ever worth it? Ever?
No, it's never.
When is swimming fun? Like, yeah, do what you got to do. I'm just thinking about how swimming was inserted into Doom and how shit the swimming in Doom Eternal was. I mean, fuck, swimming in Metal Gear, obviously, like, no.
Swimming's no good.
Swimming in Mario when you get a shell is fine. When you don't have a shell, it sucks.
Yeah, it's awful. Swimming's terrible in action games specifically. So they're like, we want to do another axis. So they put all the steps in the areas because Wooly, I don't know if you've ever seen like
Majora's Mask. True. Majora's Mask.
Monster Hunter stages that came out before 4, but they were all completely flat plains. They were arenas. And so they're like, okay, we'll put a little jumps and little steps, and then you can jump at the monster and hit the monster with your stick. And in 4, they put in the insect glaive, which is the first thing that gives you a jump button to work with that mechanic. And then after 4, they did Generations, and Generations is where every single fucking move every single weapon got 4 different styles with a bunch of super moves on a timer that all did zany fucking shit. And one of them was aerial style, in which it gave every single weapon a straight up jump button so that you could mount constantly. And it gave every single weapon a button that would be a timed dodge that would make you invincible and then run in. And in the sequel, they added like an item style and all that. And then World comes out and they go, okay, all those fucking zany super moves, let's take the best ones, tone them down, and put them into regular movesets, right? So the sword and shield combo, for example, or the true charge slash for the great sword, stuff like that. That used to be like the domain of like a timed like cooldown button press. Okay, now it's been integrated into the moveset. Now we look at, they've brought a lot of those moves back in terms of the wire bug shit, where you can blow your wire bugs in order to do stuff like a giant jumping aerial slash with a great sword, which is the same move from the aerial style from 2 games ago. Or you can do a dash forward with dual blades that makes you invincible, and if you get hit during it, you'll do the spin attack that you do in the air, which is the same move that you would have in the style of Adept style 2 games ago.
Now,
so these are always...
What you're describing sounds like it would be rad to do.
It is.
Sounds like it's
fun. They're always set up. Like these are all like the Monster Hunter series very, very rarely does like big revolutionary changes. It's always, hey, you know that old thing that we did? Let's just make it so that it's a better version, or tweak it, or add one extra move to this. Right? So the new biggest, fanciest, showiest mechanics in Monster Hunter Rise are you can use a wire bug to fucking like Spider-Man off the sky kind of shit and do huge wall runs. And you can do super moves using them. Like everybody has at least 2 new moves that are like jumps or dashes or charges or projectiles or whatever.
I mean, I remember when I was fucking around with it in World, and I was like, oh, this weapon turns you into some
45 seconds to a minute, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that was something they added 3 games ago, and it has become part of like the formula for fighting a monster. You usually want to get like 2 mounts or 3 mount, whatever. And Insect Glaive is better at it. And what kind of sucked though is the part where you would be on the monster's back and stabbing on them sucked. It took forever and nobody could do anything. Right? Everybody had to just kind of wait and
in Generations.
Wait for, no, in World.
In World, okay.
Right? Because if you hit the monster hard enough that it flinched, you'd screw up the mount attempt. So everybody stay back and let the guy do the whole thing, right? And it was pretty binary. It was pass fail. So now a lot of the new attacks do mounting damage, and they tell you they're doing mounting damage by giving you like a blue exhaust background on the damage. Would you two fucking stop that over there? Zengi! Elmo! Quit it! Stop fighting! Alright. So, you do lots of blue exhaust damage. Monster falls down, but now instead of just jumping on their back and wailing on them with a tiny little knife, you get to control them. There's a whole system now with getting weak or strong attacks.
Okay.
So you remember... So say you remember when like you'd be fighting Rathalos and like Diabolos would show up.
Yeah.
And you'd be like, oh shit, and you would just wait for one to leave, or you would just you would dung pod one and make them leave, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you can down one, you can use it to fight the other one.
Oh shit. Okay. How much control are you talking? Like steering?
Significant. So you can steer. You have a strong and a weak attack, and those depend contextually.
Control, like for real.
Yeah, control.
Whoa.
Control.
Okay.
So, like, take for example, there's you can fucking control a Rathian in the demo. You hop on, and the light attack is her run forward, and her heavy attack is her poison backflip.
How long do you get to do this for?
A little while, as long as you don't take damage. Every piece of damage you take decreases the amount of time.
So
right?
Is it still swinging at you?
No, it's totally under your control.
But whatever else is attacking, if that touches you, you're done.
Right.
Okay.
It'll decrease it. So, and you also have a sidestep, like a dash.
Okay.
And so when you do say the poison tail backflip with Rathian, you can then cancel that into a dash.
Okay. If you don't get hit, is it longer than the regular mount time?
Yes, but every hit of damage decreases the timer.
Yeah. Okay.
So people would be stupid to hit you while you're on it.
Right.
So then, as you beat people up, you build up what is essentially a super. And you use this, it's called a grounded attack. And you use it on the monster, and it will do a canned series of hits that will knock down the other monster. And then you can beat on that guy as you would.
Would that be where, like... Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, by all means.
Would that be where the unique animations between monsters fighting start to come in?
No.
Okay.
I'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
So, say you're fighting... what's his name? The water boy. Forget his fucking name. The water dragon. Tsugane? No, that's not it. Anyway, you use Rathian to beat him up, knock him down. What's that?
Dalamadur?
No, not even close.
Okay. Jura, DJ something. Gyarados. Okay, whatever. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. Okay.
You're fighting Mizusune. You're using a Rathian to beat up Mizusune. Then Mizusune is on the floor.
Okay.
And then everybody else can start beating on Mizusune. But that's great when you have 2 monsters, right? Well, you might be thinking, well, how am I supposed to get enough mounting attacks on Rathian when Rathian just shows up, right? And enters the battle. Well, the loser of a turf war is immediately controllable. So if you remember,
if you let them
Diablos
do it,
and Black Diablos would always fight each other.
Okay.
Pick up the loser and keep that fucking fight going
for as long as you get to mount.
Yeah. So it used to be when monsters would show up and do turf war, you'd be like, "Oh god damn it! Now I have to wait
Fuck
until
off."
such
Yeah,
and
yeah,
such
yeah,
leave."
yeah, yeah.
But now they show up and they do a turf war, and you're
a
like,
buff.
"Oh, that's a free tank."
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
fight with.
Oh, that's brilliant. Wow.
Isn't that much more interesting than just the mount, right?
And when you jump off, do they fuck off?
When you jump off, they will fuck off. Yes.
Okay. All right.
And okay, so what if you're only what if you're only fighting one monster, right? What is the replacement?
Yeah.
And the replacement is that on X is light attack, on A is heavy attack, on B is dash, and on Y is topple forward. I forget what it's called, but it is a forcible dash. So what that is you point your fucking dumbass monster at the wall, and you hit Y, and they will slam their fucking stupid head into that wall. And then, in the recovery animation, you hit B, and it will use a wire bug to dash cancel into a normal state. It will Roman cancel your monster, and then you dash them into the next wall. And then you hit B to Roman cancel them again, and then you dash them into the next wall. And if you get all three, when they will fall on their ass. But instead of being on their ass and completely flailing around for a minute on their side, instead they get up, but they are now tethered to the floor with wire bugs. So they're still able to use a lot of their moveset,
but they can't.
But they are actually physically locked in place.
They can't walk around. Yeah, okay.
So mounting does much more direct damage, but also beating on them afterwards is not free.
Right.
And that's just the monster thing.
Yeah.
You can fucking fly in this game like Biocom. People have already figured out how to go from the one end of the map to the other without touching the floor. You can wall run to get into new areas. There's all these buffs everywhere to instigate it. There's dog cart now because you can drift your dogs for dashing, because instead of auto bringing you to a new location, they're rideable and controllable, and you can even attack off of them and jump off of them.
Man, when you have a game that's nothing but boss fights, you can really iterate on the combat mechanics over and over again infinitely when you have nothing to worry about on the in-between. That's a really cool addition.
What was your weapon of choice when you got to the end of World?
I think...
What was your baby?
I think I ended on Lance. I went from Charge Blade to Great Sword to Lance.
Mm-hmm. So Lance, for example, let's talk about wire bug moves, because you can do the movement stuff, one of which is recover out of hits on the floor. But you have every single weapon has at least two new moves associated with the wire bugs that take one or two wire bugs. The Lance one they're fucking great. So the Lance one is plant yourself and block a hit, and your attack power will go up based off of how strong of a hit you block.
Of course. Yeah.
Excuse me. Hey, stop that.
Yeah, that thing fucking game became very useful when shoutouts to Soul Carl teaching me about the aiming upwards stabs and the run. The sprint was a lot of fun.
The second one is you close range stab a knife. Can I actually be right back in general?
Not a problem. Do what you gotta do.
I'm gonna have to put somebody in timeout. Excuse me.
You were saying.
I was saying that that cat is a dramatic little bitch because that cat is sitting over there screaming like he's being murdered by his friend the dog, but made no effort to move from that spot on the couch for the past half hour because he's a dramatic bitch. Anyway, what I was saying
Damn, cat
is that
shaming.
the lance moves is a block that increases your attack, but the second one, which is much more interesting, is a super close range stab, right? With a knife, it looks like. And what it does is it tethers you to the monster. And what happens is after you are tethered, if you hit L left trigger and B, you will do a huge jump directly above the monster and be able to do a dive attack.
Oh my god, that sounds rad. Holy shit. Okay.
And it becomes like an instant air
Can
that
you
just brings you to the monster.
can you
It
do
also-
anything in the air?
Yeah, you can stab him. It counts as mount damage. It also taunts the monster. It is also the first move ever in Monster Hunter that demands aggro
okay
from the monster.
Okay. I'm thinking of
And
when
they all have that. They all have something crazy like that.
That sounds like when you tether to a Titan in the Attack on Titan game, and like you're kind of like aerial controlling while hooked onto that one spot.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
Well, it's not quite that. It's not quite that. But yeah, everybody's got something new. It's super nuts. And they showed off moves in the trailer that you can't do in the demo, which means there are more than we currently have available.
How did it run?
Okay. It runs like an old-fashioned Monster Hunter game. So
Running on the Switch.
Running on the Switch. So I'd say it's running mostly at 30 to 24, 5-ish when it's real fucky. You know, like when there's the 4 of you just climbing into the monster's ass when it's on the floor.
Sure.
However, what the game is putting out is kind of dramatic. Like, it doesn't have like the poly count and shit like that World has, but the draw distance is like infinite. Like, you get to the top of the map and just see where all the monsters are.
Okay. Although this is
even
it's
though
the same
they're like
engine,
1,000
right?
feet below you. What's that?
Same engine, right? It's just modified.
No, the MT framework was the old one, and the Monster Hunter World version of MT framework is probably the worst version of that engine to ever exist. This is running on the RE engine.
RE, okay.
Like everything else, and it is clearly
World was too old for that, huh? Okay.
It is clearly a way better engine to run these games on. If it were to happen to come to the PC or other consoles in a year or so, it would probably run way better than World did. Even if the assets were the same. Like the same fidelity as like World or something like that.
Okay.
This is a much better engine. Very much gooder better. Overall, yeah, it's great. It's considerably like For You was like the last great classic Monster Hunter, right? And then Generations and Generations Ultimate were like hyper, like the Marvel of Monster Hunter, I guess you would call it.
Mm-hmm.
And then World was, let's go back to the classic speed, kind of. And then Rise is hyper again.
I'm sure there's probably some folks that are also like happy to have it in their handheld format again.
I completely empathize with that. It's a lot easier to get that game running in a big group with 4 Switches or 4 3DSs than it is. Well, maybe not now, actually, but in the normal times. And I should not get out of this before I neglect to mention that the hunting horn has been completely reworked into a completely different weapon.
I saw a tweet that was like, this fucking Rise demo is just propaganda for the hunting horn and I will not have it. Or something to that effect. So it's
legitimately in the running for possibly the best weapon now. It's so, no weapon in Monster Hunter history has gotten a glow up like this one. The hunting horn was good. It was always good, but it was always very finicky. It was always very, you had to be super deliberate with when you played your songs and when you swang your horn.
And was there not an energy of fuck hunting horn users that kind of existed in the air?
No, everybody loved hunting horn users. Just people didn't want to be the hunting horn user.
Okay.
Everybody appreciates the guy giving you buffs and healing you, but I mean, you know. Now, the big change is, you remember that you had to swing your horn and it would play notes, and then after you played notes in a sequence, you would hit the button to do like a song, and the song would give you the effect. And the effect would be an attack up or a little heal or something like that. Now it is play the notes, and as soon as the notes line up, the song auto plays. So in the demo, the fucking the fucking X attack is red, and if you just play 2 reds, you get an attack up, right? So you swing it twice, and you get an attack up.
Okay.
You fucking hit X and A twice, and your character heals themselves a little bit, and everyone around them. It's automatic. And now, when you get all of the notes in your chart and hit like fucking your play button, you do this gigantic Nevin style solo riff that plays and hits like 1,000,000 times.
Okay. Now, why are motherfuckers talking about breakdancing?
Because you're doing flips and shit while you're playing the horn like a guitar.
Interesting. Okay.
It's fucking crazy.
Super Bard.
And then you build up a super. And when you hit your super, you plant it in the floor and then spin it, and it shoots out sound waves that hits like 10 times for shitzillion damage.
Oh, let's break it down.
Yeah. It's fucking, it's ridiculous.
Cool.
I'm excited to play more Monster Hunter.
How much is in the demo?
2 tutorial missions. One that is the basics, and one is the monster riding tutorial. And then one beginner quest where you fight one of the new monsters. It's like one of the bitch, like fucking, you know, like
Jagras.
Yeah, the Jagras equivalent. And in that mission, there's also an Arzuros that you can fight if you want. Arzuros is like a honey bear kind of thing. And then there is a intermediate quest in which you can fight Mitsu, you can fight Rathian. And
is there a training room?
No, but you just fuck off in the tutorial and just not do the tutorial for 50 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I did. The first like hour of my stream was literally going into that thing and going to the notes and hitting all the buttons for the weapons. It's so cool. Like,
yeah, that sounds like a hell of a fucking glow up, and an engine change as well. It must be a drastic
like you
up.
played.
Are they the same? Are they the same monster models though? Like,
yes.
Okay. Because what the fuck, you doing it again? That'd be crazy. All right.
No. The high end ones from World are totally what's going to be the standard going forward. Which means that the low end versions of monsters that weren't in World that we see here are confirmed for the next Monster Hunter. So
yeah, you Pokemon
Arzuros was not in what do you call it? World. I like Arzuros. I think he's fun. I'm glad to see Arzuros in whatever the next game will be.
Now, but do y'all want like Return of the Classics more than cool new shit?
Both. Always both. Because everybody likes the cool new shit. There's some fucking winners in that cool new shit. However, there is some, like, basically everybody wants every Monster Hunter roster to be Monster Hunter All-Stars. And there is a pretty universal agreement on who is the winners and who is the losers. Nobody is out there just screaming for fucking, oh god, who's a loser? Jade Barrett to come back. Right? Jade Barrett is like, fine, I guess. But people want Zinogre.
Question.
When Zinogre's not in the game, you're like, when is Zinogre going to happen?
But what about the part where there must be monsters where you're like, fuck that monster, that thing sucks, I never want it again, but holy shit, that armor is great.
Yeah.
right? There's
Well,
two
hopefully
parts
there'll
to
be a new.
every All-Star.
Hopefully there'll be a new armor that does something similar. Like a really good example is Gore Magala. I think all of his gear that he has ever had was trash, but he's one of the most fun fights in the series. So please put him back in.
I'm always remembering what I saw of that like Gurren Lagann bug, and like how you can like basically get that crazy armor from that fight.
Well, good news for you. That's called the Celtis and the Celtis Queen. The Celtis and the Celtis Queen are dead ass last on the list of monsters to likely come back because they have a completely unique skeleton that has never been applied to anything else. Right? So, one of the things for watching a Monster Hunter game come out is you go, I know that skeleton. That's Zenogre's skeleton. That means that this monster, this monster, this monster, this monster, and this monster are on the table.
Okay.
Right? But the bugs don't share one, except Nursilla, which also has a unique skeleton, is totally going to be in Rise. So
it's wasted assets if you don't.
Yeah.
Share. Okay.
One of the monsters that I absolutely adore, that was the first monster they said was not going to be in World, was called Lagiacrus. It was the flagship for 3. It's like a big alligator. But Mizu in the demo shares Lagiacrus' skeleton. And Ludroth in the trailers also shares Lagiacrus' skeleton. So maybe Laggy will be in Rise. Which is great, because everybody loves Laggy.
And
and so on and so forth.
Does it have the same world format too of like you can just go on an open world hunt?
That's unclear. That we won't know that
gonna,
until the game comes out.
Because they can go back to like a list of missions and that's it. That's how it used to be, right?
They have said that they are going to separate the multiplayer and single player quests out again. They'll be on a completely separate progression.
Which makes balanced sense.
So let me explain. The way that you did it in World was that you'd play the mission in the story, and then you'd get the cutscene, and then you could invite your friends. Right?
Yep.
And then it would be the same name of the mission. In every Monster Hunter game, aside from World, there were a set of single-player missions and a set of multiplayer missions that were completely different. So even if they were
only time they overlapped. Okay.
Yeah. So when you went into multiplayer, you would have to do the key quests for the multiplayer storyline. And I think the reason that they went back to this was because of all the complaints of I can't just play through the fucking game with my friends because we all have to watch that fucking stupid cutscene and then back out and do that shit. And the multiplayer missions always went further and further in the old games. Like that's where all the really crazy shit was. But they are still going to scale down to however many players. So if you play it completely solo, you can just do one and then the other.
Or you could grab the boys and be a good old Carter.
It's kind of wild though, because like so now you have the dog and the cat, right? But you can have 2 dogs and 2 cats.
Call me the Carter.
But more than that is like I went into a 4-man, and unlike before, it used to be like you could only come in with your cat if there was like 2 people, right? Because they only wanted a total of 4 people. Dude, you go in with 4 humans and 4 dogs.
That's insane.
Like,
that's an army.
It's a lot.
That's an army.
It's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds incredible. That sounds really, really cool.
It's gonna be so
and all of that is not even mentioning like Hair or High Wind of the obvious best new addition. The fucking woofers.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I talked about them. They're cars, dude.
Also,
They're
like
great.
there's the can you pet the dog has the
Yeah.
fucking extended like fuck petting it. You can get all up in them scritchy scratchies and
Yep.
shookas and get a full on stomach pat going. Ground
The
takedown
weirdest
and mount pets.
the weirdest pre-order bonus I have ever seen is the pre-order bonus for Rise, where you get a skin for the dog that turns it from a battle dog into a normal dog.
Oh wow.
It turns it
Cool.
into a golden retriever
Oh
that is
wow, wow,
otherwise
wow, wow,
completely
wow.
unremarkable.
Sick. That's cool. Good, good, good.
Well, that's it for me. If you want to check out more of that crap, you can check it out at twitch.tv/Pat Stares At. Going to be playing Bayo and Coder 2 this week. Week of twos. What about you, Wolves?
I had a couple things. Not a ton, but I just want to, I guess, put out as a PSA that,
That's me.
well, yes, but actually as a public service announcement, and no
That's
discussion.
me too. You should watch my show.
Okay, well, no discussion here, just a simple statement, and we keep it moving. If you're not watching Attack on Titan, you should start. All right, moving on.
Okay, there it is. All right.
The week for me was Reggie was able to get to the Shrine of Storms, and he was introduced to the Durst Count, as I affectionately call it. It's quite interesting. Seeing he went in basically to the session thinking about Yep. He went into the session thinking about how he how he was underutilizing his shield in many circumstances, and went in with the effort to put more on, and that led to some disasters. But it's quite wild to watch the struggle against a completely different type of enemy after 1-1 and 1-2 are down, and just picking it all up. Never encountered anything like this before. Stamina management, you know, like the whole thing. I'm seeing it firsthand. Infinitely fascinating. All the way from like I know what I'm doing wrong to like
What is this?
Like, and then like I got the hang of it, and it's like, no, you got overconfident. And then the journey from, all right, let's compensate for overconfidence by being extra safe, but like now impatience is starting to set in, so you know what you're doing wrong, and you know how to compensate for overconfidence, and you know how to play it safe, but you're still just getting annoyed because of the time it's taking, and kiting is like not natural, so he's getting used to the like he's get like, oh god, kite him all back to a safe area every time, and it's like, yes, every time, but then the impatience kicks in at some point later on where it's like, no, I can just go get this one. It's like, no, you can't.
No, you can't. No, don't do that.
You know, and it's really, really entertaining to watch, and you know, even when a solution was discovered where it's like, hey, parry button, it's still there, it's really good. There was like the discovery of it, and then there was like,
really good.
It is, but he's like, I'm not landing it. The timing's not working. I'm gonna start trying another solution here, you know? And thankfully the game has other solutions. Like if you can find your pattern and do it consistently, you'll be fine. You know?
Yeah, that game's got a million piles of bullshit you can use.
And the one that I had never done that works in specifically that area is, maybe put your dex weapon down and just punch those bones.
Yeah,
punch them real good. They don't like
just
it.
hit 'em.
You know, so fucking fist was the way to go. It was really just like a lot of fun because you struggle in the same short area, but you spend the same amount of time as you do traversing a longer, easier area, you know? Because it's much quicker, but you just redo it because it sucks over and over and over again. And in the meantime, you're picking up amazing things in 4-1. You're picking up fucking, you know, obviously the Educator Shield and Crescent Falchion +1. And he's a Dex build, so, you know, all of that, Kalige and shit like that is there. So, yeah, it just, like, the payoff for butting your head against this is, like, you know, you get these great weapons. And so, yeah, it's fun to watch the mental adjustment. And I think so far, even though he's really being hard on himself, like, the progress is really good because it's been 1 session, 1 boss down. 3 bosses in 3 sessions is pretty good. You know?
You should get super toxic.
Well, what allows the day to be saved is ending on a completion and a positive where there's growth and a reward and everything feels good. Because if you go home and you didn't actually make it further and cement that progress, how are you going to sleep at night? You know? It's rough. And I think that that's going to stop eventually. But right now, it's helping to cement, like, the good feelings of, like, these struggles are worth something. And, like, after the stream comes down and, like, we're not recording anymore, dude is just like, yo, this game fucking rocks. Holy shit. Just getting super pumped on it, you know? Which is, like, you love to see it. It's going great.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It's like Demon Souls has, like, probably the widest variety of, like, fucking shit you can do. But it also has, like, the hardest whiplash of, like, because of the level structure of, like, this shit just does not work here. Like, stabbing weapons, really good for 2-1. Completely fucking worthless for 4-1. Like, useless.
And like, you do have to understand, or at the very least, it helps to know that they're Mega Manning you, right? It's not that this is going to not be useful at any point ever again, but this particular area is asking you to learn something else. And it's also giving you things that are going to be incredible when you leave. But right now, learn this alternate skill set, you know? And I would say that, like, yeah, each area does a good job of basically, yeah, having a tight little Mega Man loop with the enemies you're dealing with.
I live in a fucking zoo.
Basically. So yeah, that continues, and we shall see how things go. I've kind of decided on, like, how to handle some of the questions we were touching on earlier about, you know, how much steering wheel and how much to notify and da-da-da-da-da. So I want to make a side note, though. I've been playing my own personal save file in the meantime, and I've basically come to the end of New Game Plus. I'm not going to go through it again just because, like, for the sake of the LP, like, it's nice to be able to reference things wherever. But this time around, I went through, did all the NPCs, did all the colorless souls, did all the world tendency events, and basically had a complete clear. And so having gone through it...
New Game Plus in Death is fucking for real compared to the other games.
Absolutely, because obviously, like, you have way less levels to play with, and unless your first points were spent correctly, you're not going to get that many more, you know? You kill 2 bosses and clear 2 stages and still don't have enough for a level up. So, yeah, it's real shit, man. And I was explaining this, but when I started my New Game Plus, I did Phalanx and immediately went to Lava Sparter Flame Lurker, like, right away. I beelined it to Flame Lurker, and it was clearly not the time for me to do it. But I'm like, well, just people do depraved runs, so just learn to do it. And that was the most suffering I've had in the game so far, but it got through it. But it was fucking brutal, you know. Something really weird happened. Two things of note. I had never bothered with taking out the blue dragon. Red is on the bridge and it sucks because you do the weird aiming thing, but you can eventually deal with it. Blue super sucks.
So they added that new shortcut in. That shortcut that you can do near blue is brand new.
Yeah, I was wondering because I opened it up and I went, wait a minute, what the fuck is this lever? And I didn't even see it until my New Game Plus. I literally completely missed that lever. So that was added in because of how much blue sucks if you're trying to kill it, I guess. But it doesn't help with that, though. Everything okay? Another break?
Yeah, no, just missing something. Hold on.
Okay. We'll hit the break.
Oh, okay. We thought we were out of dog food. We are not, in fact, out of dog food.
Okay. No break.
Because I'm like, I know I put the dog food in there. How much more dog food we got, babe? Okay, I'm gonna get more dog food.
So yeah, you're fucking looking at this thing going like, all right, what's the best route to deal with this? And at least with the red one, with the red dragon, you can get it within casting range and kind of cast at it. But for blue, you can get it within that range, but it's a shitty situation. You're standing at the in the fire essentially, or you can play it with arrows, but the distance you're hitting from is one where the arrows have less effectiveness, so you can never really hit it for good damage with the arrows. You're wasting your white arrows, or you're doing poison damage, but then you got to go, and I used all my poison arrows that I hoarded up, and anyway, it was just a lot less fucking, fun to deal. Well, not that any of them are fun to deal with, but something super weird happened though. In my penetrator fight, Bjor runs up, right? And I'm rocking my Dragon Bone Crusher +5.
Oh, fantastic. I love it.
And then I curse it
Yeah.
with curse sword.
Yes.
And then I two-hand that bitch.
Continue to curse, yes.
And I bring a truck down on top of the penetrator, right? This is how I play my game. The AoE on the blade itself, of course, is still something to consider in your measurement. And my AoE nicks Bjor.
Oh no!
And does enough to turn him aggro, even though it wasn't a direct hit on him. It was the threshold for his rage is triggered. So now he stops fighting Penetrator and is coming at me. And it's a 2v1 with Bjor and Penetrator versus me.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That was a fucking trip. And I believe you fucking me, I actually did it. I took them. I killed Penetrator and ran away from Bjor, and basically got to a point where I could trigger the Nexus and leave, and not deal with his aggro, And it sucks because it's well, fuck. I basically just created Ornstein and Smoke. Yes, I turned the Penetrator fight into Ornstein and Smoke. So run back to the Nexus, and book it to the statue, and pay for your sins, because you can do that.
The new
now.
forgiveness statue.
New forgiveness statue. Yay! So you pay the 24 to access it, to even talk to it. And then you pay for your sins. My sins ended up costing 68 or 69K in total, which is pretty brutal, but is what it is. That was the cost. So basically everything I got from killing the Penetrator ended up going right into the forgiveness fund. Because what are you going to do? And I'm like, all right, yay. So that makes Bjorn not mad at me anymore, right? Great. So he sits in his usual spot in front of the Archstone and tells you that, beware the limits of your own power. Bjorn's fine. You move forward into 1-4 and you hit the blue dragon and Bjorn is not fucking there. And he never goes there. And he never does anything. And I'm like, what's going on? And
he's supposed to be there getting fucking punked over and over and over.
But he's not. So when you go to the Archstone where you aggroed him, he continues to wait at that Archstone to kill you. If you ever go back to the Penetrator Archstone and you kill the boss, but you don't kill
you
Bjorn,
totally broke this. This is 100% broken.
He stands there waiting to fight you. You do the forgiveness. He no longer wants to fight you, but he warps into that aggro spot in the world and never moves from it and cannot be talked to. So they didn't
at least you
fucking
got the
test
shortcut
it.
to get around blue.
Or this bug didn't get fixed. But that's a QA right there. Draw someone's aggro in the world, don't kill them, and then go ask for forgiveness, and they will continue.
Yeah, that's got to be a new bug because you couldn't forgive
before.
Get a forgiveness before.
So he's friendly in the Nexus, but he won't do shit in the world, and I don't have the time or patience to bother. But I fucking bet that if you tested every in-world NPC, you would run into that problem by playing with the forgiveness. But yeah. So heads up to anybody that might actually, accidentally draw aggro in the world or whatever. That's Bjorn is probably the most obvious one, and Ostrava you can hit by mistake too. Reggie backstabs him like fucking 5 times, I think. It's insane how many accidental backstabs he gets.
Yeah, Bjorn's the one you're by far the most likely to hit.
He's in the way.
Boss fight with you.
He's in the fucking way. Yeah. So there's that. And yeah, I would just say that beyond Souls and stuff, I was just in the mood. I was having a hankering for some KOF 13.
Were you? Were you getting a hankering because of its beautiful, beautiful sprites?
Its sprites are so pretty that it wasn't just that necessarily. But they are gorgeous. They're very gorgeous. And, the system in place had to be, I suppose, they didn't have these giant move lists, but the system allows you to link moves together, and they did what they could based on the fact that, these sprites are so gorgeous. So anyway. Leave the man alone.
I argued with him for a while.
Leave him to his takes. Let him be. It's fine. It's okay.
You can't have the sprites. They're too expensive. And I'm like, I guess they should have spent more money then.
Actually, what really led me to it was more so Juicebox retweeted a great article that someone was writing about getting into the system in 13 and basically learning how to use the HD cancels and how to properly, do some of those really advanced trials and shit. And the meme forever is people putting a screenshot of basically if someone's on Twitch doing KOF 13 trials, they're flexing the highest execution possible. And so when you see a fucking edit of Bernie Sanders in the corner, because this is the direction that we're going now, is everyone's getting into streaming. Welcome to the Burn Barn. We're doing advanced HD cancel loops today. Leave a donation, please subscribe. This article kind of just talked about some of that stuff and things that kind of lead to the touch of death in that game, but the execution is high enough that essentially while you knew about the touch of death and a lot of the crazier things in the game, it would end up being far beyond the reach of most people that were casually playing, and B,
way beyond.
And B, touch of death in a game that's a team-based game like Marvel or so is not as big a deal because you still got to think about your resources for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
So I was basically in the mood to just go back and tighten up like some of the stuff that I do remember and kind of revisit some of those trials and just have some fun with it. So yeah, I spent a couple days just messing around with the system
those
in 13
pretty sprites
and those pretty sprites, and I enjoyed looking at them while simultaneously just thinking about how absolutely unforgiving the combo system is in this game, and how it's just this. When they made it, they basically went, "Is this going to happen often to people who are not excellent players?" No, but that's okay, because if you care enough, you will get good enough to do this consistently. And it's one of the last games that was just like, really, like, we're not going to hold your hand. If you do a jump in and you land a hit, that's nice. But if you didn't land it deep enough, your opponent's not going to be staggered long enough for you to combo them. Every other game
super deep.
Yeah, every other game is allowing you to jump in and hit somebody and then get your combo. Here, if your shit is not aiming for the waist, then you're getting nothing for your efforts, And
that's okay because you have short hops.
Yes, which means you have to do it even faster and tighter and be more precise.
Hey, you know what? I want to say happy 25th anniversary to King of Fighters. The fucking series that started in 94. Wait, what? That's fucking stupid.
Oh, shit. Wait, yeah, I guess. Yeah, damn. Huh. Years are hard.
Dumb.
Years are hard. Anyway, yeah, don't think about it. It's also a game where you got links, and those links must be crispy, and you cannot mash. You must be precise. So anytime you're hoping to, not think about a segment of a combo and just kind of like turn your brain off and, get it at the next available opportunity by mashing through it, fuck off. Not going to happen. And even to the point where the HD cancels, which you're doing between certain strings, are they're precisely timed enough that if you do them at the wrong time, they won't give you a forward momentum dash to continue your combo. So all of this comes together to just end up being like, again, one of the last unforgiving games. I'm
just thinking in like the back of my head, the phrase "this combo requires a micro walk" is just playing in the back of my mind.
Yep.
Fuck off.
Okay, you're doing your Ash Crimson corner flash kick loops? Well, you got to run back in to do your 4HK or your 4D before you like fucking flash kick again. Like the button, you look at the notation and it says just do 4D and then flash kick, 4D and then flash kick. But when you look at the demo, you're like, no, you got to run back in there. Or in some cases, you got micro walks.
You have to do a micro run.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have micro walks and you play like Fong, you can get crazy extra damage in between some hits.
I hate it.
To quote Kevin Landon, aka Dominion, the micro walks separate the men from the boys.
Such a stupid quote.
It's the realest shit ever. You want an extra little bit of damage that'll make the difference between winning and losing the round? You fucking get that micro walk in. Because anytime you lose and it was close, that would have taken it. Whenever you look at the life bar and you think, oh, that little bit of damage left on the table would have ended it by now, then that's on you, you know? Yeah, so that being said, even though it's that hard, and even though it's it takes some effort, it is learnable, it is doable, but it requires patience. And by the point that you're breaking it up into segments and you're going through, all the usual ways which you do like extended combos in any particular game, as usual, you come out the other side, and by the time you're doing it, it's very satisfying, it's very fun, and even though you're not necessarily going to be able to convert into that specific combo in the middle of a round, you'll be able to do part of it if you get that opportunity, So, KOF 13, thank you.
This is going to be a weird statement, but hopefully all of that shit will not matter at all. KOF 15 just got shown off a little bit. And
it did.
It's possible that it will have rollback neck, but
maybe.
Let me try that again. It's possible that it will have good internet online play because of the rollbacks, which would be nice.
I guess, whatever. I can't see any news about 15 without immediately getting sad about Saudi Arabia. So
no,
I don't I'm surrounded by it, and every time I see it, I get bummed out, and I go, well, maybe it'll have whatever, but quite frankly, I kind of would like some clarification on that issue, and I guess I'm just going to be that guy that brings up the bummer that is not that we're not talking about anymore. But this is where I'm at. And I also notice when there's a weird level of non-conversation happening amongst FGC people that did talk about it when it first happened, but then there's a little bit of deafening silence, So I don't know. Anyway, they announced a bunch of stuff because there was that.
Cool.
And yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's what it is. It's not my fault.
Nope.
The PS4 port of 14 getting rolled back and shit, and that sucks because I kind of hope that 13 basically only got to PS4 and PS5 in the form of the streaming service PS Now, whereas the Steam version is still around, but literally might not even work if you have it installed on a hard drive where the partition is bigger than 2 terabytes. The Steam version of KOF 13, I bought it and it just would not boot because it was not meant to run on modern large hard drives. It's fucking weird.
Yeah, that thing's fucky.
So I would really love if
real fucky.
It'd be great if the PS3 version of that could run on PS4. It'd be nice, but is what it is.
I would like to take a moment to actually defend you, Wooly, for a moment. As I saw a comment, and this isn't the first time I've seen this comment, which was, Wooly, you can't punish SNK because somebody you don't like bought them.
No ethical consumption under capitalism, yes.
No, that's not even where I was going to go. And it is Wooly doesn't owe SNK his fucking money. It's not an assumption that he would buy a video game product by default. It has nothing to do with punishment. That's so ridiculous. He or I or you am allowed to buy whatever the fuck we want or don't. It's so stupid.
Yeah, you're also allowed to make your own decisions on whether you're, whether on your comfort levels with all of this and go accordingly. That's why it's the type of thing where I'm always referring to it as having a conversation about it, because I'm not going to sit here. If you interpret me bringing this up as me coming up and decrying that you are all to be shamed for getting hype about this game and wanting to give them your money and purchase it and play it and enjoy it, then you're taking the wrong thing from this, and you're putting your own message down. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is
completely right. You are not the type of person to do that. I am the type of person to do that.
What I am saying is it should be a conversation at the bare fucking minimum. At least talk about it, and at least know that it's a thing, and that's all. Like, if you're going to decide, hey, this is where it goes, and in the end, like, the developers are more part of the equation than the person who they didn't have control over buying their stock, and that's what you go on, then that's what you go on. If that's where you're at, then that's fine. But, you know, there's a level of pushback from some people that just come on and go, oh, fuck you, Wooly, what about the Uyghurs? And it's like, if you're coming at it with that point of view, like, you're already taking a stance that basically, I'm not going to argue with your decision. You go, that's fine, you know, but I am going to bring it up because it's the first thing that comes up to mind every time I see a new product coming out related to SNK. It's the first thing that comes to mind because I'm fucking depressed about it, you know? And I mean, whether you want to look at it as like, okay, what's your degree of like how much bullshit is in where your dollar gets stretched? It's like, is your dollar supporting crunch time for a company? Yeah, that's garbage. Is that enough for you to decide that you're not going to purchase a product? It might be, but for most people I know it seems to not be. And then, like, to what connection point do you describe, you know, where China plays a role in the purchasing of a game that's involved with Tencent, for example? And there's degrees of separation, and I think that the level of separation with this particular topic with SNK is extremely close. It's closer than I'd like it to be than any other circumstance. You can't necessarily, it's a little bit harder to separate them from the other examples I just gave. So that's why it ends up playing a constant role in this discussion for me. That's why I bring it up. But by no means am I gonna sit there and tell you that your point should be where mine is. But I'm gonna bring up the topic no matter what.
Well, you say that we should be society, but you live in society, idiot. Whatever. I don't care now.
Yet you still participate in society. Interesting. Yes. Something to that effect.
Wooly says that he hates bad thing, but he buy phone evil. Right. It's like, yes, no, there's no winning. The point, there's no winning. We're fucked. That's not the realizing that we're fucked is not an abdication of, like, it's not a shrug the shoulder. Well, I guess we're fucked, so no point thinking about it at all.
Yeah.
Like, come on, guys.
No, it's again, it's just this is something, you know, that has been a part of my life for a very long time. Is just become this uncomfortable thing. So, you know, and the more cynical are out there, they're like going like, oh, fuck you, you're gonna fucking buy and play it anyway. And it's like, okay, if you say so, you know, maybe not. I don't think that your take is necessarily gonna fucking land the same way this time, buddy, you know. But anyway, it's just my timeline is nothing but KOF hype for 15 right now, and I identify again one single tweet prior to my mention of it that like revisited the news from November. One. And I kind of just am like, man, like not even a discussion, huh? You know? And I say this as someone
why don't you just like steal it?
Yeah. That was brought up.
Is that a solution?
That was brought up. Someone was just like, oh yeah, well, hey, just fucking don't give them the money then and play it anyway, right? And it's like, oh, I don't have the ability to navigate this fucking this minefield. I
steal it. No one will ever know.
Yeah. That was a wild fucking yar. Just, you know. But anyway, I say this.
No, I don't mean. No, I didn't say pirate it. I said, like, hang out outside of Best Buy, and when some kid comes out with his copy of KOF 15, you
Oh.
punch that kid in the face and run.
Because when you hang out outside of Best Buy, that's likely going to be the game a kid walks out of there with.
I don't know. Somebody's got to buy it, right? That's not true at all, actually.
The fuck are you talking about?
KOF game? Oh my god.
The one that I fucking hassled the downtown game stop for
That
I
whole saga was
think
so ridiculous.
It was like 12 weeks after launch, possibly. Every single week being told it'll be here next Thursday. Don't worry. Like, just anyway. I had a point. I was just gonna say that. What was I gonna say? Yeah. It would be significantly less weird if, like, it wasn't not mentioned at all. If it, and I'm saying this as somebody who fucking sat down with the producer and director of Sam Show and have spoken to and talked to and gotten closer with like people that are affiliated with SNK and stuff. So it's like, yeah, it feels really bad,
I miss when I was
I'm gonna play right now. I'm gonna play what I fucking bought and enjoy where we're at right now. But and it seems as if based on the way like things have gone with like the WWE and stuff like that, like it doesn't ever have to come up again, and they don't owe, they seem to not. Like anytime something like this goes down, they don't owe an explanation, so they just kind of like power through it, and it is what it is. And it's just gonna be in this weird place where, are you playing Left 4 Dead 2 as a part of the Left 4 Dead 2 boycott on Steam group? And then that's the only question. Whatever, right? Where do your ethics, morals, and fucking feelings lie on these matters? Blah. We just swerved, but yeah, KOF 13 combos, fun. Might do that this week for getting to fighting games, I think. But the schedule change because of the curfew is real. So no more.
Oh wow! I didn't realize that would totally affect you. Oh man, it totally would.
Yeah, no more night shifting, so to speak. So, previously we had daytime streams, and then we do Thursdays and Saturday nights, but now we're going to kind of simplify it, and Thursdays are going to be single stream, and Saturdays are going to be daytime. Starting at 1 fucking sucked, and I hated it, and I need something resembling a sort of break. So we might push it forward even slightly and just kind of do like a 3 to 6 kind of thing. But we're essentially going to move getting to fighting games to Saturdays for now, because Thursday daytime is not really a time when people are going to be online to fight against. It's kind of a silly proposition. Man. Whereas weekends, at least, people are going to be around. So for now, Thursdays will be the third session of whatever we're LPing, and then Saturdays are going to be when we do our get into fighting games. And if things change up, then we'll let you know. But that's all over on Wooly Versus on YouTube and Wooly Versus on Twitch. And we will adjust according to the rules of the Montreal curfew.
This is stupid.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors.
Let's do that.
Yes, 3 hours later, we are done with the weeks.
Well, to be fair, a good portion of that was current events.
Mm-hmm. But it's like this is what the format has been feeling like for a while now. It's kind of It's a weird podcast, but it is what it is. And I think we put out a good product.
I don't, but I mean, I think it's a better product than all the other shitty products. That's what I think.
It passes muster. How about that?
I don't know what that means. Like, I mean, I know what it actually means, but I don't know what the origin of muster is.
It sounds like a military term.
Yeah, it sounds like a military thing.
Let's find out. Google passes muster meaning. Meet a required standard that yard cleanup won't pass muster with mom. The expression originally meant to undergo a military review without censure. Muster referring to an assembling of troops for inspection or a similar purpose.
We're
Late
super
1500s.
smart.
There you go.
We're so smart.
This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by... Oh no.
Uh-oh.
My information stopped loading.
Oh, that's not good.
Uh-oh. The teleprompter's
that
not working.
You need that.
The weatherman is dead.
How do you... Oh.
I think someone should really get some weapons together and go clean out those ghettos. What? What? Oh. Huh?
Well, I mean, he said it.
I am the devil, and I will be reborn unto all the sinners. Hey, what's up, everybody? This week, Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Raycon earbuds. Earbuds for hearing things. For
if you want to be able to hear the excellent, crackly, teenage-voiced Wooly just did in his devil bit, you should get some Raycon earbuds.
Yes. If, for example, you're too young to remember the skit on Saturday Night Live where Will Ferrell no longer had his teleprompter and then things go off the rails, it's a classic hilarious bit. You should check it out. I'm sure it's available on the internet, and you should listen to it with your Raycon earbuds.
Wooly, SNL has been trash for longer than some of the people listening to this have been alive.
But the episodes with Will Ferrell that I'm referring to from years ago were not trash, were they?
They weren't. I'm just saying, like, people don't even know.
They don't even know. And if you don't know what the reference is, maybe you can find out if you grab some Raycon earbuds and you go back and look at the old episodes. Because there's some fun stuff in there, you know?
Yeah, you don't even really need to look at them. You just listen. With your
anyway.
earbuds. Your Raycon earbuds.
Yeah. We're talking, quality wireless earbuds where you don't have to pay that exorbitant price, starting at half the price of premium other earbuds. And yeah, they're great for when you're whether you're moving around, you're doing workouts, whatever you want to do, activities. They just they go right in. They stay snug. They sound good. They come in a range of stylish colors, comfortable in-ear foot for a discreet look. And you know the deal. Less wires, more good. More wireless. So you can be ready for the future, you know? Yeah.
Wire's bad.
Wire's bad. I'm basically in an ongoing, lifelong process to remove wires from my life. And this is the next step. So Raycon's offering 15% off all their products. And yeah, for our listeners, when you go to buyraycon.com/superbeast, that's it. You get 15% off your entire Raycon order. So feel free to grab a pair and a spare, whatever you want to do. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/superbeast. Once again, buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
Castle Super Beast is also sponsored by Green Chef.
Green Chef.
Green Chef. Now,
Is
it's
this
not
a green man that
no,
comes to
it
your
is
house?
not a green man that comes to your house. That would be dangerous. Also, that color would indicate something negative in terms of status effect. No,
Well,
wait,
unless they're made out of vegetables.
unless it's HP going up, in which case that's good. But that's not the point. The point is, this is not that. Green Chef is not a someone showing up. It's your food showing up, nicely prepared, as you would prefer it. It's a USDA certified organic meal kit company, and yeah, they're making eating healthy, easy, and affordable with plans for every lifestyle. If you're doing keto, paleo, vegan, vegetarian, or just looking for all-around more healthy foods in general, there's a range of recipes to suit any sort of diet or preference. It's it's kind of how we talked about your excuse me, I lost my point. Let me get back on the point there.
Oh, it helps you become the green chef man.
You do the chefing for yourself. So it's kind of like
You're
we described when
chefing
you get
with green ingredients.
you get the
Not
exact
necessarily,
proportions.
Like literally green.
Yes, you put the ingredients all together. You prepare them, a little bit of prep, and you see exactly what you're consuming. You can measure it, and if you're doing like me and you're keeping track of your caloric intake and you're keeping track of your macros to some degree and you want to know what's going into your body, then this is the type of breakdown that helps, because you can see the ingredients. They're not all processed and jumbled up into some nonsense factory thing, right? So
they're made out of green, god damn it.
That's good. It's good.
That's good for you.
Yes, perfectly proportioned, pre-measured, mostly prepped. Spend less time stressing over your meal and more time enjoying it. So all you got to do is go to greenchef.com/superbeast90 and use code superbeast90 to get $90 off, including free shipping. Again, that's greenchef.com/superbeast90 and use code superbeast90 to get $90 off, including free shipping. Thank you, Green Chef.
Thank you, Green Chef.
All right, so let's see what else is going on. Made reference to it a little bit earlier with more important topics, but indeed, about an hour before we started today, Square Enix trademarks Ever Crisis, First Soldier, and Shinra logo in Japan. Image of Zack is used. So, hey.
I mean, Ever Crisis is the next game in compilation of Final Fantasy. It's EC.
Yeah, we stopped at DC, although we did get LO. So, what does that mean?
Means that one didn't count.
AC, BC, DC, LO.
I don't know. But it means we can get Final Crisis in the next one.
Oh, yeah.
Think about it.
I suppose so.
This is totally going to be the game that follows the Zack timeline.
I suppose we'll find out, right? Maybe maybe what they're doing is furthering the branch idea into whatever they're hinting at, or if the first soldier is anything to go by, you might be talking about Sephiroth getting more backstory.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what that makes me think of.
Unless the first soldier is G. Yeah. Yeah, think about it.
But maybe Angela's coming back.
G's still the first.
Not. New world, new rules.
G is still totally the first.
No.
He's explicitly mentioned in FF7R. You can't escape.
I'm trying to run away from Gact as fast and as hard as I can.
Can't run away from Gact. He will make you come by his hand. That's a weird tweet. I don't get that tweet. I don't get it.
Redemption. No Gact. No redemption. You
Get back out there, bougie guy.
Yeah. You know, someone was supposed to send me a Bujin Guy strategy guide in the mail so that I can use it as toilet paper.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I like that.
Yep.
That type of paper doesn't seem like would actually be good to use.
Well, you see, funny thing is, paper that's not soft enough for tissue and toilet paper usage, if you crush it up and uncrumple it and rub it together, it softens.
That's a lot of work.
It is.
You're better off just going in the shower and stomping.
But it's worth it for Gact's face.
Get to feel that.
Yeah. Anyway, Gact's kind of a shit, just in case you didn't know. But, well, this is a new thing. And we'll see how much the brand of Final Fantasy VII has to continue to associate. Let's see if they dug their heels in too deep. You know, we'll have to find out. But yeah, new thing. And thing announced and not announced, trademarked. So trademarked before R2 announcements of any kind. So I assume this will be in between, right?
Yeah, probably.
And if this introduces more new shit that we never seen, then whatever comes next can depart as far as it wants to. If they set a precedent.
Yeah, this is gonna go off. This could go off to a crazy direction. I'm excited.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's cool that we don't quite know where this is gonna go, as opposed to being like, well, let's just see how pretty it looks, you know? You thinking about that drain pipe?
I regret making that joke so bad.
Yeah. It comes around every couple months, so.
Just sometimes you gotta stomp, man.
Yeah.
I forget make your own waffles.
I forget the source on that, but
I also don't remember.
It came from somewhere. Okay, so in the meantime, the good news is that CD Projekt is going to be updating Cyberpunk to be a better game with patches.
They better.
And the good news is also that if they don't, then the Polish Office of Competition and Consumer Protection will monitor their work, and if they fail to deliver the patches, they might be fined up to 10% of their income in the previous year. That's crazy. Fucking that's a hell of a wild. Fine. That's wild. Like that's
income too. That's not profit.
So actually, that's damaging to the company if that goes through. And the way that they're treating it legally is effectively that, like, yeah, we asked an entrepreneur to explain the problems with the game and its actions taken by them. We will check how the producer is working to make corrections or solving difficulties, making it impossible to play on consoles, but also how he intends to act towards people who have made complaints and are dissatisfied with the purchase due to the lack of possibility to play the game on their equipment, despite previous assurances of the producer. So, like, the UOKiK, as they're called, is looking at this whole thing as an outsider from the video game industry. They're just treating it like a product that came out that did not deliver on what it promised it would do and has a bunch of dissatisfied customers.
Well, there's another angle to this.
Sure.
Which is that the Polish government directly funded some of the game. I think they put about $6-7 million of government money into the game.
Ah. I didn't
Which
see...
means they're also an investor. An investor that has some real pushing power.
Ah. That wasn't mentioned in the article. Okay.
Oh, well, God, it was for AI development? That's super funny. It was a grant for developing AI? And they got Cyberpunk? Oh, I'd be so fucking pissed off. Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Wow. That's non-existent cash.
Oh, just throw it right in the fucking trash and stomp it.
That is flushed.
Stomp it right down the Polish drain. Get the money in between your two.
Yeah, so at this point, it is difficult to conclude whether CD Projekt will be punished. The decision in this case will depend on what explanations the representatives of the Office of the Consumer and Competition Protection will hear in these cases. May fine up to 10% of annual revenue. Man. Revenue. Not profit. Revenue. Gross income. We are cutting 10 off the fucking gross. That is detrimental. Like, on a serious note, that can and will fuck the company up if they don't deliver on what they say.
Well, there's only one solution to this.
Don't not deliver.
You know how you don't not deliver? All right, everybody. Put your crunching boots on. Time to really put your nose to the grindstone.
Crispy, chocolatey, munchy, crunchy. Yeah. Further updates as the news comes out. But when you chop a 10th off of a company's revenue, they do damage control.
The company feel bad.
You cauterize the wound somehow.
Oh, no.
What if I were to cut 10% of you off?
I mean, it depends where it came off.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be a fan of that. 1/10 of you?
Depends.
It would be a lot.
Yeah, I could, there's some spots.
It wouldn't be a whole limb, but it would be like more than half of a limb, certainly.
I got some orb you could take.
You got some 10% you can give up?
I don't know if that's 10%, but we could do a spot check.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the gross. Or
it would be pretty gross.
It would be pretty gross. All right. Well, anyway, so that's what's happening with Cyberpunk. In the meantime, for some reason, all this time later, Nintendo finally decides to put a ring on it and acquires Next Level Games.
Yay.
Now, it sounds...
They were already kind of basically a Nintendo company.
They were basically a Nintendo company making Nintendo games, and they've been working with them, and then they basically took over the Luigi's Mansion for them franchise. And yeah, a lot of people are surprised because they're like, wait, weren't they already owned by Nintendo? And the answer is no, they weren't. And in fact, it sounds like they were planning to branch out at some point and start taking contracts potentially from other investors and other interested parties. At which point,
and they're
then,
like, "Don't do that."
yeah. At which point, Nintendo then sent over some folks from their offices to, assess the brand and assess the company and work on board with them for a while, and then eventually went, "Yep, let's just make it a part of our fam." And they acquired the company.
You know what this is? You know what this is? This is the business equivalent of being like, "Hey, Nintendo, should we go steady?" "Nah, babe. You're not fucking anybody else, though, are you?"
Mm-hmm.
"No."
Mm-hmm.
"Okay. Hey, Nintendo, I know we're not really exclusive, so I'm gonna go out on the day." Would you ring?"
That's essentially where I was. Yes, that's exactly where I was going to go with it. So, next level is like, so open, right? We open? We're gonna go. I'm gonna go chill. And Nintendo's like, yeah.
Nintendo, what about Retro? Don't you still love them? I haven't seen Retro in years. Ever since I locked them in that Metroid room.
Don't you bring up her name! Yeah. Hey, they're still hiring.
And, Nintendo, this ring is so beautiful. Can you do one more thing for me? What is it? Company whose name I forgot? What's next level?
Mm-hmm.
What is it, next level? Anything for my new wife. Could you use the Digital Millennium Copyright Act to kill hundreds of fan games out of nowhere? You got it, babe. They're fucking dead. They're dead as shit.
We'll see if the DMCA, continues to exist, quite frankly.
DCMA sounds like a fucking expansion pack to the DSM-4. That's a joke for me.
No, I got it.
Man, you think the DMCA too is the shit? Let me try that again. Man, you think DMCA is bad now? Just wait until you get the DMCA 2.
Yeah.
It's all just
yeah, all that shit you used to talk about from that, like Punch Mom's got the updated versions and stuff, so that continues to be a thing with the DSM. But anyway, next level acquired by Nintendo. This is just a little, again, another little PSA, but if you were ever perhaps in the mood to watch some good ass Third Strike, this week there was the Cooperation Cup Third Strike First to 10 special event, which consisted of the best Third Strike players in the world from Japan having first to 10 sets. And there were some really good matches. And in fact, the fucking shit was so sick that Third Strike and Third Strike was trending, and Makoto kind of took over fighting game Twitter for the night, and it was a really good time. And if you want to see some great matches, you can go check it out over at what was the page at twitch.tv/Game Newton, but also under the hashtag third FT10 special. Some highlights are there. Shout outs to High Fight doing some great fighting game work on Twitter with some of the best moments from the special. So yeah, fucking good ass third strike happened. And you know, honestly, between like the Marvel tournament, between Max's Marvel event and this type of thing, this is what works, and this is what's great, and this is what the FGC kind of needs, is just some good ass gameplay from some classic titles with some of the best representatives, kind of reminding everyone why we love these games, you know? Just bringing the hype and nothing but. So you want to watch some good ass third strike, this is absolutely the place for it. Man, these dudes are just at another level, and the speed they play at, and the reactions and the setups and the call outs and all kinds of wild shit. Also, special shout out to a tweet Jay Wong quoted, where someone had some tech where you see what is essentially the Daigo parry, except at the end when Ken jumps to do the last parry and come down with his combo to win the match. Chun-Li is able to use a bug at the corner of the screen to cancel into a wall jump and get the fuck away from Ken. And then Justin's like, what the fuck is this shit? I could have changed history? It's like, perhaps so. Perhaps so. There was a way out after all.
They should make a Street Fighter 6. And it should just be third strike with 2 extra characters.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they should do.
Make third strike and put some of the new characters into it.
And then make the sprites look as good as the incredible KOF 13 sprites.
Oh boy. Well, no, you see, the budget is only worth it if they use the existing third strike sprites and don't have to do them again. So
okay, make the new characters have KOF 13.
Yeah, sprites. Just bring Juri and Hakan and all these new cool folks into third strike mode, and then put it out again and just call it fucking 6. There you go. And it's like,
yeah,
hey,
that
look,
makes sense.
The story for Third Strike happens, and then this takes place right afterwards, and everybody was just off screen going, oh yeah, hey, I just didn't show up for that, but we're here now. We were late. We were on the bus. It was late. Nikali was there, and now he's here. No, he's never coming back. That's fine.
No, Nikali's dead as shit.
Yeah,
Nikali can go live with Hakan and Fung and those fucking.
If I had to choose, like which characters to preserve moving forward in the franchise, I wouldn't choose Nikali. Like he's like it's like if
I wouldn't choose Hakan, even though I love Hakan.
I would actually. I would choose Hakan, not just because he's interesting and a cool design, but he represents a unique style of grappler and a gameplay style that you don't see in other like characters. I would definitely want to see him coming forward. Ed, I would want to see come forward. I don't play him at all, but I really like Zeku. And he's been someone who's been in the lore background for a long time now. So I would really want to see his continued representation. Yeah, I wouldn't pick, necessarily like the characters I played. Like there's some that are just a bit more, and like there's some more iconic than that. And like Juri's a staple at this point, right?
Yeah.
You okay?
I'm great.
Do you want to grab a can?
I already got this can.
Okay.
It's only so much can do.
All right. Well, let's move on. It's a little bit just a follow-up, but we talked about how those ArcSys trailers for Dragon Ball were some really, really dick ticklish shit that shows you nothing.
Fucking terrible. Just awful.
Well, thankfully, a second trailer has been released for Baby. Super Baby 2, that is. And it's a full match. So, I guess they're now showing off a second trailer with more gameplay these days, because you get to see his full move list and how he's used and what he does. So that's nice. That's nice. That's good to know.
Just
that's
the
in there.
worst name ever. Just so like, god damn it. Fucking awful.
He's a super baby. It's the second one.
I hate it. I hate it.
You know, for years when I was like fucking deep diving into like all the fan sites on Dragon Ball and web rings, it would always be Super Baby Vegeta too. So like they just cut that part out entirely. But if you wanted to up the count, technically this should count as a Vegeta.
Dragon Ball seems to be in love with like naming characters in the least threatening, most horrible way possible.
Well, it's also GT. I mean, look, man, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in GT.
There's a lot going on in GT. You're right.
Yeah.
GT's fucking trash.
But it's like, you know, if you're pulling from it, right, and you pull Baby in, like, you could have pulled Oob. We don't have to have this conversation again. We don't have to do this again. It's the same thing again. But they could have pulled Oob, right? And if you want, and Oob shows up more there and has outfits and stuff and moves and things, like you could have done it, you know. Oob is a pick they could have made, but
I'm seeing a lot of people going Oob sucks, and it's like, you're right, Super Baby 2, the greatest.
What the fuck? Oob's what's with the Oob hate? Oob's all right. I like Oob. I don't know. It's like it's if you're gonna do a character again, it's at least like it doesn't feel like another slot on the same character. It doesn't feel like you're doing a Boo slot again. It feels legitimately like a different character.
I just saw somebody say that Oob has 3 minutes of screen time. That seems like a massive improvement over Super Baby, who just sucks.
More if you count Super, right?
Yeah,
because he's in that too. But anyway, Oob, you know, Oob would have been a fine pick to me. How do you feel about the Killzone franchise? Is that a answer for the record?
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. Can I addend that answer?
All right. Stenographer? Yes,
all right, here we go. I'm going to add an addendum. I'm going to redo it. Fucking Halo killer. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to report to you that the future looks bleak because the Killzone website has been updated. But it has been updated to announce that they're closing the website.
Oh, well.
And essentially they've put up a notice saying that this doesn't affect the servers or anything, but the actual franchise for the website, the website for the franchise has retired. Dear Killzone.com visitor, the official website for Killzone franchise has retired. Going forward, visitors of Killzone.com will be directed to PlayStation.com. This change doesn't affect online multiplayer, stats, or ranking data for Killzone Mercenary or Shadowfall. It is now no longer possible to create or manage clans in Killzone Shadowfall. We apologize for the inconvenience. Thank you for many years. Thanks to Killzone's many fans and visitors throughout the years. From Gorilla. So
the most notable thing about the Killzone franchise is a CG trailer that Sony tried to pass off as real gameplay.
I do remember that.
Like, that series is fucking terrible.
But my brain also sometimes mixes it up with Resistance: Fall of Man.
That series is also kind of terrible.
And I have times where I like lapse into confusing which one is which.
That's fine. You don't need to know about either.
Well, Killzone's the one with the not Jinro.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, that is not an official announcement of the end of the franchise, but the phrasing of it has a lot of people basically looking and going, it seems like they're announcing that they're retiring the franchise.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's just usually you don't do that. You just don't do anything. You either announce a new thing or you just let it stay dead forever.
Killzone limped past the fucking future. Killzone managed to limp past the ditch that Hayes passed out and died in, to hopefully pass out in a ditch further down the road.
But wouldn't it be already in there and then Hayes dies on top of it? Didn't Killzone pass out in the ditch first?
Hayes died a while ago. Hayes has been dead for ages. Let's go to Korn. How do you think about Hayes? Music to me is like a religion, and Hayes is the shit. Thanks, Korn. Fucking Hayes is such a piece of shit.
Speaking of pieces of shit,
Yeah?
suspected piece of shit, Super's business has, and Super's is the SUP3R5. It's a console selling site, has started taking pre-orders for the black PS5s and DualSense controllers. And then after taking all those pre-orders, all the orders were canceled, and then the website's Twitter account was deleted, and they offer no explanation, and they essentially vanish into the night.
Oh, okay.
So, this sounds kind of like a scam.
Yeah, sounds scammy.
Let's see if there's more information, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. Seems like
Oopsie doodle.
people reported on Reddit that, yeah, they basically have not been able to... Okay, some people on PayPal were able to get money back, but people who used credit cards, it seems like their orders have gone through and they're not getting their refunds. It's an ongoing story, so as of this exact moment, details might change. But right now, the story being reported is essentially that this store put pictures up, and the site still has the pictures up of black PS5 consoles and controllers, and took pre-orders on it, and then kind of disappeared with the money, or at the very least, closed down all communication opportunities. Some people got some refunds and some didn't. So this is not looking great. Not looking great. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. If someone besides Sony says they're selling black PS5s or whatever, and it's not a customized version, then fucking assume
They were customized versions.
Were they?
That's why they cost $200 more
Okay, well that
than
might
a regular
explain,
PS5.
that might explain what we're looking at here then. I thought that they were announcing that they had some exclusive official...
No, they were pre-ordering them, getting them in stock, and then customizing them, and then charging a $200 markup.
Okay. All right.
Supposedly.
All right. I didn't have the full story on that then. And they're gonna put those out officially anyway later on. Anyway, whatever. Yeah.
No, that's not an official thing.
No, didn't they announce that there would be black controllers officially with the first reveal?
Controllers, yeah, I believe, but not the consoles.
No, not the console. No, but I remember seeing the alternate color controller. That's mainly, yeah. Which, I mean, quite frankly, like, to me, that matters way more than the actual thing console that's gonna just be over by your TV.
Sitting in my fucking entertainment thing, I can't even see it from
exactly.
where I'm sitting.
Yeah, no, the controller color is a bigger deal. Okay, well, not exactly a complete story there, so we'll have to see what we find out afterwards. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Like, it's pretty slow news week.
Not much. Like the arcade one-up cabinets
for video games.
Yeah, the arcade one-up cabinets are putting out Dragon's Lair, Killer Instinct, and the X-Men arcade game. If anyone's interested, you can acquire those on the arcade one-up business. Which is, to be honest, like, every time I see them, I kind of look at them and I go like, it's a micro cabinet. And it's cool that it's an affordable option that, like, you can get. I just know that I'm like, I'm one of those insane people that wants the real thing. I'm a nut that absolutely is like, I personally would be
look. It's an arcade cabinet for ants, actually, for real.
I'd be unhappy with it because of that mini size. I would want my full size. Or a candy cab sit-down style Astro City, you know? And when I say affordable, I mean it is not prohibitively expensive like a regular arcade cabinet can be. It's not that it's affordable as much as it is not ridiculously insane. If you want to join the cabinet club, it is not something that is a wise financial decision. They don't exactly always appreciate in value. And then the cost of the game, separate from the actual machine itself, which tend to be prone to breaking down, often need repairs. And if you don't know how to do it yourself, then you're kind of looking at... Anyway, it's a sinking investment. You gotta enjoy the fact that you have it there for yourself, and that's why you get one of these fucking bad boys, you know. Let's take some letters and get out of here.
Hey, if you
Yep. Thank you.
Yep. Hey, if you want to send a letter in, you can send that in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
So we took one
and
about...
caffeine's fucking crazy, dude. Caffeine just wears off and then you die.
Yeah, caffeine doesn't give a fuck. This is true. Since we are on permanently borked sleep schedules, I will no longer be referring to any frame of time as early or late. I will just remove that from my lexicon entirely.
I've actually done the opposite. I use them randomly.
Okay. Because it's just like we like, you're always just going to adjust up against the limits of your deadlines. And I don't know what to say. Like, it seems to not really matter what's happening with the sun in the sky. Sometimes I'll feel fine, and other times I'll feel like I'm dying, and we're just on these fucked up sleep schedules, and it's just what it is. And the rest of the world continues. So yes, when it's like, oh, it's approaching 1 o'clock, how early? And everyone's like,
it's like, shut up, Europeans.
Fuck off, assholes. So, you know.
We know you guys live on a weird part of the continent with the sun's in the wrong spot.
We got one coming in.
I got an email. I'm stealing the emails. I got one.
Okay. Go ahead.
I got to get my SEO numbers up. I have an email from Slow Beef, the creator of the Let's Play and Smart Man.
That's not
And
an email. That's a Twitter.
I said to Slow Beef, I said, is it true that Let's Plays were invented so that everyone would know that Yoshi sucks ass? And he was like, yes. Police knots and then that. Yoshi sucks big ass. Fuck Yoshi. Punch that motherfucker in the back of the head, Mario.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I love mounts in games. I'm a huge fan of Yoshi. I'm a huge fan of all of Kirby's buddies. I love Rambi, and I love On Guard. I love mounts. I think they're great.
Do you think walking's for losers?
And I think they add a lot, and it feels cool to play as them. So
the best part about Yoshi is when you jump off of him and he dies.
I mean, yeah, that shit's hilarious. And you know, I'm gonna fucking you do it every time. But yeah, I love Yoshi. Yoshi's great.
Fuck Yoshi.
And then he added a lot to the gameplay. It was fun. Also, I remember when I saw him for the first time on the cover, and I was like, it was just this like, whoa, what the fuck? New major Nintendo character. What is that? Mario's got a new buddy, and he's like front and center. What's going on? You know, it was a big old question mark when the Super Nintendo came out.
To answer, somebody said, "Why the Yoshi hate now?" And it's like, actually, when I played Yoshi's Island, I jumped and he did the flutter jump, and I was like, this jump feels like shit. And that was the end.
You have so much control over it.
Oh fuck! It feels like fucking crap. It's
yeah, you can hover and you can stop it early, or you can get some extra height. I love it. I love it.
It's like the opposite of a good Mario jump.
And then like the fact that you can throw the eggs and aim them like up and down, and
throw them right into the pit.
Bam! It's great.
Big pile of dead Yoshis.
Like you're playing a Mario game, but you have a projectile and a little shooting angle mini thing to play with, so you can actually like fight bosses in a different engaged way. It was legitimately a ton of fun. Not to mention the art
Yoshi's
style.
Island seems pretty good. I just hate Yoshi.
And the art style basically emulating that sort of childish wonder and fun was not only fucking gorgeous to me, but it was so cool that my mom, who hates most video games, thought it was cute and came over and like sat down and started playing it. Because, like, it was that fucking cool looking and wholesome that she was like, oh, what is this game? I like this one. It was great.
Yeah, again, Yoshi's Island seems pretty cool, except for the Yoshi part.
So, we got one coming in from... Hunter says, oh, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Dear Crusaders of Beastly Fortifications, hope you're doing all right. I was curious because in consideration of Wooly's Botchamania appearance, I was thinking, since you've made your impact as influencers and content creators, I am wondering what passions and hobbies do you both love and are madly invested in that seem to be overshadowed by video games now? Like, games are cool, but I really enjoy this and talking about this other thing. This may include things that were passions as a child, or is it always games then, now, and forever?
I pretty much split my time between video games and playing with my dogs and cats.
Okay. At different points in my life, it's different things. Once upon a time, it used to be anime and manga. It's much less that these days. I think I basically ended up hitting my fill at a certain point. But I still, follow through on the things that I like, but there's more that I like that I'll never get around to because there's just too much to consume. But once upon a time, it was that more so. Currently, I mean, things that I'm into are a lot of them have to do with like, you know, my internet career, so to speak. A lot of it is like peripheral things to that. So, you know, the way I'm putting together these videos, or like other side projects, or working on this, you know, these video essays, or this like other little things that are not necessarily game related but are still related to the channel are becoming a big part of that. But it's still work, right? So I don't feel like that answers the question directly. I would say what I would spend the most time on outside of games right now would be listening to, I think, like comedy and podcasts. I've always been a huge fan of stand-up comedy. I used to put my Winamp player onto a comedy radio station website and let that run all day pretty much on my computer while I was home. So like I've always been just like super duper deep on that. And like now there's a lot of, you know, one comedy out there that you can watch specials of, and two, there's a lot of comedians with like podcasts. So yeah, I'm super like in that world, I think, and I listen to a lot of that, because it's always been like fucking, I don't know, man, funny shit's funny, you know, and I like finding funny people and hearing them talk about stuff. So yeah, I'd say stand-up comedy.
See, here's the thing, right? I have a lot of other interests, but I wouldn't classify any of them as hobbies, right? Like, I'm into stand-up, but not nearly as much as Wooly. I'll watch an anime or read a manga from time to time, but not like from time to time, right? The constants are dog and cat, the video game, work, and lady. And then call my mom and telling her that nothing's new. And I'm like, what's new with you? And she tells me some fucking stupid story about my dad being a stubborn old man.
Well, you're just describing what you do with your time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a little more broad, but you know, once upon a time, there was other things there. Like I said, like there was wrestling. At some point, there was sports. At some point, you know, but like,
listen, man, it's a lot of work at making sure that the woman isn't eating the hurdy sand out here.
Sure. All right. Well, that's that. Let's see here. 716 Darren says, "Hey Pat and Wooly, I recently watched the old Silent Hill 2 Let's Play, and Pat compares the titular town to a local city called Laval. I wouldn't pay attention to this much, but the day before I was watching an episode
I don't remember that.
of Canadian TV series Letterkenny, and the final punchline to one of their episodes is, every degenerate in Quebec comes from Laval."
Oh, man.
I figure the same city being used as a joke both times can't be coincidence, so I have to know, what's the deal with Laval, since it seems the entirety of Quebec loves to shit on it?
Fucking sucks ass.
So the entirety of Quebec doesn't love to shit on it, but the entirety of Montreal and people outside of Quebec will shit on Laval. Once you're in Laval, you can continue to redirect the shit to other municipalities. If you live in Laval, you can probably shit on Trois-Rivières, and you can probably shit on Abitibi-Témiscamingue, and you know, Nuns Island, and whatever else you want.
Good old Tetford Mines.
So, yeah, the Cleveland of Canada. I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but look, I grew up in Laval. I'm from Laval. When I
there's your proof right there. Oh, sorry, I had to.
Laval is just kind of boring. It's infinite suburbs, and it's entirely French. There is no English. There are people that like it's, when I say it's monolingual, like in Montreal, people speak French, but they understand some English. In Laval, you're likely to run into people who do not understand English.
Like zero.
But, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
More than anything,
always
though, it's
felt
just
that
boring infinite suburbs.
Yeah, I always felt that the rawness of its shit is that it's an infinity suburb, and they're all the same house. Like, it's fucking astonishing.
Yep.
And like, there's literally nothing there because the solution to why isn't there anything here is go across the bridge into Montreal.
Yeah, no, my childhood is a Grenada sandwich, and the bread is Laval. this is how I grew up, you know.
Yeah, every single person I know, I knew you grew up in Laval. I knew my pal Fuggins. I knew my friend Nick, all grew up in Laval, and all of you are just like, man, fuck Laval.
Chamadi.
Fuck it.
Yeah. There's a bridge to Montreal, and like it's the bridge to freedom. You fucking cross that bridge and you never look back. You never look back. You don't stop for nothing. You keep on going. No matter what you hear behind you. That's it, really.
That's a wild poll. That's a wild poll. It's like watching the old Silent Hill 2 LP. I don't remember making fun of Laval in there at all, but fuck that place.
Now, it's similar but different. It's like it might. Oh, how about this? We would make fun of the West Island for nearly identical reasons, but it isn't, because the West Island is suburb mansions.
Yeah,
McMansions.
I hate people from the West Island.
Infinite McMansions. And it's infinitely English. There's no French whatsoever, and they're basically like so far outside the city that they've distanced themselves lest any of the city filth get on them or anywhere near them. They've removed their existence entirely to the safe.
Being from the West Island is like a fucking coin flip as to whether or not they're a complete fucking piece of shit.
So Laval
50-50.
and the West Island are like, they're not opposites, but they're two sides of the same coin. Yeah. Boy, fucking.
You work on the West Island, buddy? I'm sorry.
Shout outs to Fairview Mall. God bless. It's the only thing.
I fucking hate that mall.
It's the only thing you guys got going for you, and if it wasn't there, like, you would all just be fucking dead. I don't know. Like the Coliseum.
I fucking hate that mall because that mall always had shit at the EB games that the other place didn't have.
Yep.
So you have to go all the fucking way out to Fairview.
Yep. Also,
oh,
if you're a hyper dork like me and you're playing all the escape games you can get to, then there you have to make it up there to get to one of the special escape rooms they had that they had up there with the Amaze series. So, you know, there's that too. But anyway,
no, you want a good borough? You want some fucking good shit? You want some trash boroughs like fucking Verdun and LaSalle and Villemard?
Ugh. Fuck those places too for complete opposite reasons.
Fucking
God,
poor and shit.
It's garbage.
And everyone there is grimy looking like you're supposed to. That's where I'm from.
Fuck those places.
I'm from the fucking, like, just grimy asshole of the city.
Fuck the entire orange line. Just the whole orange line can go.
Verdun's the real Montreal. What's that? Mom Bouchard burned it down? Didn't pay the protection? Don't worry. There's a dep on literally every corner at that four-way stop. And the other three paid their protection, so it's fine. You can still go get some milk.
Hey, man. Could be worse. You could be on the court. You could be on Blur and Young. You could be going down Dundas right now. Those are Toronto streets.
Yeah. Dude, I grew up in Verdun, and my fucking kindergarten looked like a fucking prison. Like I could point you out my fucking kindergarten school on fucking Google Maps, and I saw it just a couple weeks ago, not a couple weeks ago, a couple years ago actually, but it still looks like a fucking prison. That place is a shithole.
The high
all
school
asphalt yard.
The high school next to mine literally was a prison, and then they converted it into a school, and
nice.
and the only way to get air into the classrooms that had no windows was a giant ventilator,
Nice.
fucking AC shaft. And then when one day some kids figured out that you could sneak up to the central and throw sticks in it until the fan stopped spinning, there would be no air and everyone would have to evacuate school for the day, lest everyone suffocated because the fucking the place had no windows.
I remember, oh, this is my favorite. I remember when I first started going to college in fucking 2004. It was the time when I'd be going into Montreal all the time because I lived on the South Shore. I lived in the burbs off the island. So I'm going to Montreal all the time. And my dad, who's an old timer, working man, been everywhere, done all sorts of shit, right? He's like, Patrick, I want you to promise me that you'll never go down to the Point. I'm like, the Point? He's like, don't you ever go to Point St. Charles. Mm-hmm. Don't get off at the Charlevoix metro station.
Nope.
You will die.
Yep.
You will literally die.
Yep.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he told me like multiple stories of him and his friends were just hanging out in the Point and one of them just died.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, fine.
See,
so I'm in Sejep, and eventually, I think near the end of Sejep or right after Sejep, you start working at the fucking QA place.
QA job is located in the Point, my friend. That's where work is. Gotta work in the Point. That's where it is. You want to get paid? You want to live your life? You go down to the Point. You walk that walk. You fucking hit up Center Street and you go all the way down and you keep going.
And I remember talking to you. I'm like, is it still just as bad? And you were like, yeah. And then a couple of years after that, after you had gotten used to it, right? And you had described to me that the bus that you took skips most of the trash.
Oh, yeah. You can get past it.
And all that crap.
Fast travel.
We wanted our fucking early non-Canadian versions of Rock Band. So we had to go hang out with Min because Min could drive and had access to his parents' car. And Min was going to meet us outside the Charlevoix metro station in the Point. But because it was early, we had to meet him there like at 2 a.m. So you and I are standing in the middle of the Point at 2 a.m. and we have not been there for 5 minutes before this fucking crackhead wanders out from wherever.
The orphan of Kos.
If we want to have a good time. To which I don't even remember which one of us said it. I think it was you. You just said, no, we're good. And she just stumbled away.
Rom the vacuous spider approached. Yeah.
And then Min pulled up, and there was a real just tangent, just strong feeling of, we got to get the fuck out of here.
Let's drive. Let's go. Yep. So that's what's going on in town. But we stand here making fun of these places with their suburbs and their pretty houses. Well, anyway.
Well, the problem with people from fucking West Island. Problem with people from West Island is that they would lord over everyone else how nice their neighborhood was.
Same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Westmount, West Island, same thing.
Yeah. Well, Westmount's all mansions.
Yeah.
Westmount's all rich people.
But that's like mansions of the people who actually like lord over the underclass. Like those are the people with the jobs and positions of power. If you live in Westmount, you have power, right? And money and power. If you live on the West Island, you have no power, but you've got money. Yeah. That's what it is. The distance allows you to stretch that dollar to get yourself something real big and nice, but you're far enough away that you don't have to, handle the rest of it, as it were.
So it's like I can't stand being in the West Island. It feels like a fake location. But at the same time, the second to last time I was in Verdun was the time I was following behind that guy and his backpack fell open and what looked like fucking 10 pounds of weed fell out onto the street. And I was right behind him and I called out to him, but he had his headphones on. And I was like, well, I'm not going to run up to him and tap him on the fucking shoulder and tell him, hey, your shit ton of weed that's still illegal at this current time, it fell out of your fucking bag. And I'm not gonna touch it.
Why are you trying to fuck up the drop, bro?
So I just crossed the street and fucking just pretended I didn't see it.
You're fucking up the drop.
That was not a drop. No one's dropping like a giant fucking brick of weed on a fucking sidewalk in front of the game zone. That's bullshit.
You sure that wasn't the re-up? You sure?
I'm fucking sure.
When drugs hit the street on Wellington, I'm pretty sure that's the re-up.
No, because there's too many people on Wellington that'll just pick it up. Because Wellington's a fucking piece of shit street.
Oh, man.
I fucking love Wellington. They tried to make it all look nice with those fucking... all those lamps, all those fancy lamps.
Yeah, and some nice restaurants, too.
Oh, God. It's still, like... You'll never convince me that that's not just, like, a fucking ghetto shithole.
Shoutouts to Blackstrap Barbecue. They got some fucking...
Oh, I fucking miss my old neighborhood. That's my shit.
Yeah.
Fucking trash people with those fucking death trap staircases.
Oh, the spirals that only this city refuses to get rid of. We got walk-ups that are either way too steep once you get inside from the front door and you immediately are greeted with stairs at a death angle, or spiral staircase outside that essentially becomes the frozen ice death trap, where if you walk underneath it, you will get impaled on an icicle, and if you try to rise above it, it will surmount you. It will defeat you.
They're that fucking just above sheet metal quality fucking metal that like playground equipment would be made out of, that's like smooth so it's slippery even in the summertime, and then ice just loves it.
And every once in a while,
awful death trap.
Every once in a while, you see some people trying to save money on moving, that are trying to lift some furniture up the spiral staircase, and you just kind of stop and watch, because you're like, well, they clearly didn't check the blood stains on the ground around this zone to see the last 10 seconds, so I guess there's not much we can do but watch.
You can if you type in Montreal spiral staircase, you can absolutely see a ton of photos of these fucking nightmare things covered in fucking snow and ice, and just how awful oh my god. Just what the and like one of the things, like, why does Montreal have these horrible stairs?
It's ridiculous, and they always vibrate. They always shake. They're always rickety. They're one piece connected to the veranda or the balcony. And that's the fucking that's Montreal. That's specifically those neighborhoods of Montreal.
That's my earliest memories of living in the city is falling down those rickety ass ice covered stairs so that I could go into the fucking lane behind my house and fucking throw like rocks at the speed bump that was there so that people didn't just kill the children by blasting down the fucking road in the lanes that aren't technically streets.
Yeah, but again, like that, if you hit up fucking Verdun or the Point, and you hit up the Plateau, it's just that's what you're getting. You're getting that architecture.
Well, Plateau's all fucking hipsters now.
No, but the spiral staircase is still a thing.
Oh yeah, no,
it's still a thing. You go up around the corner from you go down around the corner from Prince Arthur, and then those side streets parallel to Saint Laurent. There's just a bunch of old architecture spiral staircase death traps waiting for you. Anyway. So yeah, I hope that answers the question of what the fuck is up with Laval.
Laval doesn't have those spiral staircases of death, so it's not real. It's not a real place.
Laval has like one giant building called the Recreotech, and it's where they have mini golf, Rigolo golf, laser tag, and all sorts of other dead businesses. And it's the only thing that high in the entire area. So you can see it from fucking miles away. Because everything else is just the same rooftop.
Do you remember when they had the fucking metro extension and the Laval extension accidentally got dug like multiple kilometers off target?
I was going to say, like, they could have saved the West Island by building a metro stop out there, but they never did. They never fucking did. Yeah, meanwhile, Laval was supposed to get one subway stop, metro stop. We call the subway the metro here, and one underground stop. And they dug, and they had this big multi-year long like campaign, and they were planning it out. And then we find out that oops, they accidentally dug too far, and their drilling and digging equipment happened to stop right underneath the Mega Mall in Laval.
Just happened to be
right there.
They accidentally dug for an extra 8 months.
All the way to the bottom of the Mega Mall, and went, well, I guess since it's already done, we're gonna make 2 stations.
The Mega Mall that was owned by a local Laval businessman who had been petitioning the government to have it extended to his Mega Mall for years.
Somehow
that happened.
Montmorency and de la Concorde out of nowhere, just like that. Who would have thought? Wild. I mean, dude, this is the same city where, like, motherfuckers just went, hey, how much does a parking ticket cost for being in this parking slot downtown per hour? Cool. Build an extension to my restaurant on top of all of these parking spots and just pay for the tickets all day.
It's worth it.
And the city's like, fuck it. We'll take it. You know, like, we'll take the income. And then everyone follows fashion and goes, as long as we have people coming out to eat at a certain rate and we have a certain turnover on our business, you will have no parking. And we will extend our restaurants into the public space of the street. And then they extend it backwards from the parking space edge to half the sidewalk. And then you're basically left with shoulder width to walk on the sidewalk because these businesses have fucking just taken the law to the extremes and no one's stopping them.
And that bar fucking sucks, too.
I mean, the one that started it, yeah.
The one that started that place sucks ass.
Sports station.
The only reason it's popular is because it's like a fucking sports bar that shows the Habs game when the Habs game's on.
Yeah, but that's also the bar that's owned by the fucking evil lord of St. Catherine.
Yeah.
That fucking owns every other business in the area that slowly took over and just basically there was one dive bar. No, not the dive bar. There was the Cock and Bull that still had the last video poker machine in all of downtown Montreal, because you couldn't, video poker machines were banned. So this one bar that was independently owned still had one because it was grandfathered in. And then the owner of these other rival bars down the street that was doing this whole fucking sidewalk thing I was talking about is like, yo, video poker makes a killing. I want that fucking machine. And they're like, nah, we're not selling it. And the dude's like, I don't think you understand. I want that machine. And the independent owners are like, nah, we're not. It's not for sale. And then the dude is like, all right, well, I'm buying your business. How about that? And they're like, we're not selling the business. And he's like, I said I'm buying your business. And he proceeds to buy the company that owns the building that the bar is in, and then jacks up the rent on the actual bar itself to the point where they can no longer afford it. So they go, fuck this guy, and get their shit and say, we're moving. They buy another location for the bar. They announce that they're moving to this area in the same, like a block down or whatever, and get all their employees and staff together and go, all right, people who are all regulars, this is where we'll be from now on. The dude goes and buys that building too before they even reopen. They then announce after this point, because they realize if they say anything, they're fucked. They then get a third location and secretly move into it and do not tell anybody where it is until way later, and then go, all right, here it is. We announce where it is. And they basically create a refuge from this asshole's ploys because he's that draconian about it. Wild shit.
I really like the story ends that way because I like the Cock and Bull.
Well, now it's just the bull because they left the cock behind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice little bar.
Wild.
It was very pleasant.
Well, that's enough Montreal lore for the day.
They ever do anything with that fucking burnt out lot next to the Forum?
Fulberg? Or earlier?
No, you remember you'd be walking east
the park
on St. Catherine,
Cabot Square,
and you'd get past the Cabot Square would be on your right, and then you'd cross the street that like bordered the Forum, and then there was some fucking bullshit that burned down, and was there the entire time we went to school.
Okay, hold on a second. If you're standing on the corner of Atwater and St.
They
Catherine,
totally turned it into that fucking fancy grocery store. Never mind. Now I remember.
Oh, where the McDonald's used to be?
No, before that.
The hospital.
No.
Not sure what you're describing.
It was on your left side. It was on your left side.
Oh,
anyway, no,
Adonis. Yeah. That's Adonis. The rest. That's the grocery store
it's
now.
Adonis now.
It's a grocery store.
That took like 12 years.
Yeah.
That was like a burnt out husk of a building for like 12 years in the middle of downtown.
Yeah, it's wild. It's God bless. Wouldn't have it
you remember,
any other way.
You remember when the Omer de Serre closed down and it became that horrible hobo pit?
The one
on St. Catherine, right next to the fucking LaSalle College.
Oh yeah. That area was already kind of like lost to the to the ethers.
But the Omer de Serre like closed down, and then it was the alley, and then like the fucking stoop, and then it became like the fucking hobo nightmare.
Well, because that was already there. It's just the business was kind of running amidst it. But like that area connected to Cabot Square is where the secret crack den was. So like the secret crack den,
very secret. It was super secret.
Well, because what would happen is, like, the old hospital would basically receive people that were coming off the native reservations, and they would come in to do checkups and then get on a bus and go back to the reservation. And then some people would decide, fuck that place sucks, I want to stay here. So some native people would come in, and then they would not get on they'd get checked up, and then they'd not get on the bus to go back, and then they'd stay in that square. And like, as soon as they did that, a bunch of fucking nefarious types had a whole system set up that were like, hey, you need a place to stay? Come hang out over here. It's right next door. And that park, right next to it, between the park and the Omer de Serre, was the crack den. So it'd just be like, we got a spot for you.
So much ass, because like, I remember being a little kid and my dad taking me to the children's hospital, and I would play in that park, Cabot Square, and chase the pigeons, and it was great.
Yep.
And then I went there in Cégep, and it became like scary homeless people, the park.
Yep.
And then they renovated it. I don't know if you've been there since they renovated it. And
There's
it's really nice now.
Well, there's been 2 renovations. There was the first renovation, which consisted of merely turning the lights on.
Yeah.
The first renovation was like, the trees are no longer overgrowing the benches and lights, and we've turned the lights on. And then Pokemon Go helped to bring a lot of people around to that area as well.
That's true, it did.
But then after...
And then they did a real renovation.
And cleared out the actual dirt and put in floors and turned the lights up real bright. And they have a little mini shop there, which I believe is actually native owned. But then, by paving and turning the lights on, they've essentially spread and just displaced the homeless population in that area, and just kind of moved them vaguely elsewhere.
Yeah, it's funny because after that renovation, I would go past there quite often, and there would literally always be a cop car just sitting there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that cop car was so that when the hobos showed up, they would literally just push them down the hill.
It was like, hey guys, you didn't get the memo.
Down at water.
Yeah, you didn't get the memo, but you guys have to be down by the water now.
Yeah.
That's...
And they'd start getting pushed down the fucking hill towards Atwater, the metro. But then Saint-Henri is starting to clean up. And so they'd start getting pushed further down towards the river. And eventually, I guess they're supposed to live in the aqueduct? I don't know.
Well, they recently cleared out the area on Notre Dame, actually. So, like, I don't know where the new spot is, but they're kind of kiting the homeless throughout the city a little bit. It's not quite like the Los Angeles Skid Row thing, but it's like there is a kind of nomadic push that forces this group of units to relocate.
I swear to God, like, there's a lot of shitty places in this city. I don't think there was any shittier place in the entire city that I've ever had to be than where we used to have the office. There was a guy fucking shooting heroin on our steps one day when we came to record shit.
I've been through worse.
Needle in the arm.
I've seen worse. That was, that was part of it, but I wouldn't throw that on top of the list. But
get the fuck off my steps, shooting drugs.
Yeah, probably. Get
the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you probably should do that. You probably shouldn't be there. But no, they're figuring it out, right? They're good. There's something happening. I mean, I think they did. It's kind of weird because they tried the same thing with Barry UCAM, which is the even bigger Hobo Central, and like they went in and put some fancy benches and decorations in the park and kind of like spruced it up, and it was really just kind of like, oh cool, thanks, you just made the Hobo Central a little more fortified. You just
that area is
you invested
like,
in you invested in the Hobo block, and now it's level 2.
that whole zone is getting cleaned up with like napalm or nothing.
Like now the capacity has increased. We can fit more
That's
folks in. You know,
that's where that fucking dude that runs his fucking nightmare like fake cancer scam likes to hang out.
Well, like,
that fucking thing growing on his chest.
Why'd you give him armor, guys? Why did you upgrade their class and give them armor now? That's. Anyway,
I fucking love this city.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Peace out, everybody.
Have a good one.